Hi everyone, welcome to another Flight Deck 7 live stream. Sorry, I accidentally pressed the wrong playlist. I'll get a copyright strike if I played that song. Hope you're doing well on the 11th of May 2023, 34 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. We're back in X-Plane 12 in the wonderful Felis 747-200, one of my favourite add-ons in the sim. It's been a while since we've done some proper old school flying. No FMC, no GPS today. We're using INS navigation on a flight across the Atlantic. Now, would you believe it or not, this flight from Brazil, we're currently in Recife, I think that's how it's pronounced. We're going to be flying to Africa, Sierra Leone, Freetown, the capital. The flight time, wait for it, 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's so quick. If you'd asked me a few days ago how long it would take, I would have said, at least 5, maybe 6 hours. It's so quick. We've got a really nice prevailing tailwind, which is helping out there, but we're going to be crossing the Atlantic. No time compression, real time, so a slightly longer stream than usual. So 3 hours, 30 minutes. Setup on this takes me about 35 to 40 minutes. I've got a lot to do. I've got to do the captains, first officers, and flight engineers roles, but we'll be trying to do it as realistically as possible. Live time, live weather. We've got the latest, now public release candidate active sky update. So we've got live weather here in Recife. Winds from the east, broken at 2,400. You can see where the clouds hit. It's 29 degrees. High dew points are 22. So no doubt very humid. We'll have to get that APU running to keep everyone cooled down. We're taking a full simulated load of passengers today. I think it's 388 plus about 10 tons of cargo, so we're going to be quite heavy for takeoff today. It's all 4XP, then over the Atlantic, and just stock airports. They look really, really nice in X-Plane 12. We're live on Vanson, but I don't think we'll find many people online at this part of the world right now here. But there you go. You can see we're coming out of the clouds here. I have to say the active sky clouds, they've pushed out another update for it yesterday or the day before. They seem to have improved again. So along with an X-Plane 12 update, everything's updated. That's all you need to know. Let's see what we've got here in chat then. Nick K, hi Captain, hi all. Got away from work early, hooray, lol. Nice for you to be in here whilst we're streaming. Hope you're doing well. Listerman, don't forget the water injection then. Oh, isn't that a thing in the 7.4? I don't know. Rudhams loves the 747-200. I was commenting to some of you earlier on. The sounds on this add-on are absolutely awesome as well. All stock sounds with this here as well. One of the old members is here, Tim Fraser. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here. He says, I hope you're well to Anthony. I hope Anthony's doing very well as well. He's just quoted exactly what I says every single stream. Thank you very much. One of my mods. Will Hedward, if it ain't Boeing, then fly down to Maine going, hey, I fly other aircraft occasionally. In fact, recently we haven't been flying that many Boeing jets at all. But anyway, here we are, stand 10, completely cold and dark. All I've done is attach the jet bridge to the L1 door and also the ground power. Otherwise, I've not configured any of the other switches. Apart from the nav aids, I've pre-tuned as well, just to save a little bit of time. But what a beauty! The external model of this is very, very nice as well. And Felis has been keeping this aircraft up to date in X-Plane 12. It's working quite nicely as well. Here is a yoke cam. Now, unfortunately, you can see the camera pan I'm doing. I've only got 2 thrust levers here. The reason is, with the 2 thrust levers, you need to have a hand the size of a large frying pan on the Thrustmaster quadrant to use all 4 thrust levers. It's sort of they invite you to use all 4 for a quadjet, but you just can't do it. It's very difficult. So Felis thankfully has an option in the EFB tablet where you can select a 2-axis quadrant. So the left throttle controls the 1 and 2 engine and the right 3 and 4. So it's a nice little sort of shortcut to allow you to sort of actually fit your hand around the thrust lever there. But there we are. Let's have a little close-up of the aircraft externally as well. The modelling on this is really, really nice as well. You can hear, in fact, the fan blades rattling around as they spin in the wind. But as I said, the GPU's on already. You can hear the rackets that's making. I mean, what an iconic shape. Not many 200s flying around these days, let alone 400s and 800s now. All the cargo doors are open, ready for boarding as well. But there we are. Look at all the landing gear there. Wow, it's such a beast of an add-on, such a beast. Right, let's jump on into the cockpit. I'll morph through the cabin. We've got a fully modelled cabin as well. And there we are, as I said, completely cold and dark. And if you're new to the channel, have not seen this aircraft before, absolute beast. Look at this, the engineers panel all fully working, modelled as per the original aircraft. It takes a lot of work to sort of fly this aircraft single pilot, but it can be done as well. I'll be not using any FMC or GPS today, old school navigation for the entire way. Now, talking about our routing, I've modified the default sim brief generated flight plan to sort of allow for BRNAV or non non-IRS and non-GPS flying. So we're going to be flying this omnidirectional departure to Ambit. There is a SID to Ambit, but it's RNAV based off the runway in use today, runway 18. And then it's oceanic from Verbi, and it's Atlantico, whoever they are, and then over to Dakar Oceanic, and then crossing over to Tivod. Thunderstorms forecast in Sierra Leone today, so we're going to take a little bit of extra fuel, about 10 tonnes, which is about 45 minutes worth. There you go, that's where we're flying. 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's basically UK to the Canaries, but I couldn't believe it when I actually found that out first time. Right, let's get the aircraft set up, have a little look and chat before we set off. Elliot Smith, 18 months, thank you very much. Says, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for your support as a member. Jonathan Wiltshire, Alpaca Airways first class product, taking a rare outing. Yeah, what's wrong with our first class, Jonathan Wiltshire? What have you been hearing? Unbelievable comment. I'm only joking, I hope you're doing well. Nicholas, what camera do you use for the yoke cam? Stock X-Plane, Nicholas. No camera add-ons at all for X-Plane 12 that I use at all. Oh yes, Anthony, yes, thanks for reminding me. You might see a pinned comment. I am on standby today, and I'm on a late standby, so I could get called in 5 hours, I could be called in 5 minutes, could be called right now. So be prepared, potentially something could happen, any amount of disruption, and I'm out of here, and then we'll just have to continue the journey from where we left off. But yes, that's a risk I'm willing to take as well. Fabic, clean PC running well, first day of annual leave watching Flight Deck Sim, of course. Thank you very much for that as well. Welcome to the party, Nightbot. Yes, I hope your annual leave is going to be enjoyable as well, and the PC's running very well. It was running fine, but I did my annual clean of it a few days ago, got all the dust off the fans. It wasn't that much, actually, to be fair, after 1 year, but wasn't having any issues before, and it's good to keep them well serviced and maintained. Right, I'd best do some work. I'd love to chat all day with you, as usual. I'll take a few glances towards chat during the setup, but remember, this is a high workload phase for me. In the cruise, I'll have the time to answer any queries and questions. Right, so we're going to go over here to the engineers panel and get the battery connected. Here it is, battery on. We'll select standby power to normal, and we'll put the ground power on the bus, so external power, close. We now have external power connected to the aircraft. I'm going to start the APU as well, because it is 29 degrees outside. This airplane's been sat on the apron for a few hours, so it's going to have warmed up in the weather. You can see the APU's already starting up. You can have a listen outside. Look at the old dirty rear end of this airplane. You can see it's very grubby based off its age there, but you can see it's firing up nicely. Straticos, we could just join you in real life. Yes, I can give you the flight details. You can quickly book a ticket and come with me. We'll have to see what happens. There we are. APU sounds like it's all booted up. Back to the engineers panel. So we're going to leave the ground power on, but we're going to turn on the APU air and the trim air, and we'll get the galley buses on so they can start getting the canapes ready for our passengers. Galley chillers. We'll have a bit of auto on the lav fan, and packs are now... Let me get this right. Yes, that's it. Half packs on now. So we've got conditioned air coming in, and we want to cool it down. I'll just move it slightly to cool. There you go. So you can see the trim air's moved each zone there. It's cooling the air down, and you can see, look, all 3 of the zones are now going to cool. So nice and chilly for our passengers when they start boarding. Rund, annually cleaning your PC is a great thing. Did that a few weeks back when I got my new PSU and GPU. Yes, I've always done it, and I kept it dust free. I've got 10 fans in my PC, I found. I've got 3 for the GPU, the 3080 built in, 1 for the battery, 2 at the front, 1 at the back, and 3 on the top, because I don't have a vented front. It only has side vents, but it essentially uses forced flow of the air to keep it cool. I've never had any overheating issues at all. So, right, that's done. Let's go to the overhead panel. We'll get this configured, then the engineers panel, and then the INS. Well, no, this panel, INS, and then the engineers panel. So, starting top left, flight controls, hydraulic power, we'll leave them as they are. Yaw damper as well. Auto brake is only for landing. There's no RTO function. Anti-skid will turn on. Body steering will arm for pushback. Lighting is fine as it is for now. Each INS we have 3. We'll set to standby. Arm the emergency exit lights. We're about to fuel up now, so I'll put the no smoking and seatbelt signs on. Now, engine ignition is all set, alternate leading edge flaps are set too, radio master buses are on. We'll test the stall warning system, Mach airspeed warning test, and the over rotation test. Engine and propede is as we want it to be. We'll turn on the window heat. We don't need to turn on the power yet. That's all good here. Right, now let's load the passengers and cargo. So we're going to go here to load calculator. We're not messing around today. We're going to go to passenger presets 100%. There we are. Every single seat has been occupied. 388 seats with our configuration. We're going to take 25% cargo. That gives us a total payload of 52.5 tons of people and cargo on board. Now, the fuel calculator, I'm just going to simply use the SimBrief generated flight plan. You can set all this up if you want to, and it's very close to the SimBrief generated 747-200 profile. We're going to use this one. You can see it says 52.7 tons. This aircraft's burning 12 tons an hour. It's about 4 times, or over 4 times as much as a 737NG. I'm going to take an extra 45 minutes of fuel. It's about 10 tons. So instead of 51,626, we're going to take 61,626, just because there's thunderstorms forecast both at our destination and alternate. So what we'll do, we've preset the passengers and cargo. We'll go to payload. You can instantly load it, or you can board it over a set period of time. I just use instant board and load, like this. Oh, how do I do it? Board. Stand by. Can't remember how to do it now. Load calculator. Instant load, maybe? Let me try it now. Payload. Ah, there we are. Use load sheet data. That's what I forgot to press. Instant board and load. There we are. So we've got all the crew. 18 crew, 388 passengers, and 13.7 tons of cargo. Oops, I accidentally deplaned. There we are. Instant board and load. There we are. They're definitely on. Look, you can see it hunkering down on the gear. So currently on board. That's all good. And for the fuel, as mentioned, we're going to take an extra 10 tons. So it's going to be 61. We'll call it 61.7. So 61.7. We'll just round this up. 61.7. We'll call it 62 tons. Instant refuel. So I've done the fuel instantly. You can again do it over a set period of time if you so wish. It's just easier to just do it then and there. And you can check the amounts here. 62 tons is on board, and we've got the gross weight calculated based off the passenger load. And cargoes, we're fully loaded, fuel and payload wise. We'll come back to the performance later. Right, I want to load up the INS next, so we'll go down here. As I've already shown you once, the flight plan routing. First waypoint we're going to put in is Ambet, all of these waypoints to Bugat. 030 north, 022 west, then Tivod, and then we'll follow the VOR. We're going to try and do a DME arc today. I've done it a few practice sectors, and I've sort of got it down to a T, so we'll do a DME arc onto 30 later on. So we'll get the INS waypoints programmed. I'll leave that there, and also the... well, no, I can't have both, I'm afraid. We'll put the operational flight plan. But if you head over to my Instagram, you'll be able to see the flight plan routing and Navigraph chart I've shown up, so you can make reference to that for today. I put it as a story already. Firstly, we need to tell the aircraft where we are, so let me get Navigraph up for myself. There we go. We're on stand 10. So these are our coordinates: south 0808.0, west 03455.1. So where's my notes, just to make sure I don't do this in the wrong order. Every time I fly this aircraft, I refer to my notes, so I don't mess it up. So Siva, we've done it all to standby. We put this to position, and then we insert our position and then move them all to a line. So position, and we're on stand 10, so it's this position here. So south 08080, 08080, insert, west 03455.1, insert. So we've told the INS where we are. I'm now going to switch this to a line, and just to save a bit of time, so I don't... We've got 3 INSs, look. One down here, one here, one here. I'm not going to put them all in each one, so what I'm going to do is go to INS, just put insert present position, and what that will do is just put the actual position I've just inserted in all 3 of them for you. Now, to save workload on this aircraft, it has a remote feature where basically you can select remote, and this is as per the real aircraft. You then put the routing in, it'll put it in every single INS for you. So that certainly helps save some time. So we need to put this to waypoint, and we'll put them all to waypoint. We then select remote on this one. 1, 2, and sorry, I just realised you got the charts up still. 3, and now we can start putting the routing in. So let me bring up the operational flight plan. So waypoints number 1 is Ambet, which is here. So waypoint 0, number 1, there we go. So south 0, 7, 45, 6, insert west 0, 3, 4, 26, 7, insert. And then if you have a look on the others, select 1, you can see, look, it's copied it across for us. So we don't have to insert every single waypoint, every single INS. We'll just check this one as well. There you go. So you can see, look, they're all being copied across with the remote feature. Number 2 waypoint's going to be Verbi. There we are. So Verbi, number 2, south 0, 6, 4, 7, 9. Oops. What's happened here? Right, let me just start again. Ah. Right, let me just... what have I done? What have I done? I think I'm just going to put something in random here, guys, just to keep it happy. So west. I've done this before, and if you put in some wacky coordinates, it does not get happy. So 0, 3, 1, 56. Minimums. Insert. Minimums. Right, let me just do that again, guys. So number 1, Ambet, south, 0, 4, 26, 7. 0, 3, 4, 26, 7. So number 2. What did I do? What have I put in wrong here? That's the present position, that's fine. And the first one, 0, 7, 45, 6, west, 0, 3, 4, 26, 7. Okay, number 2. I don't know what I did there. Cheers, Lima Echo Lima for a 3 for your 34 members. Perfect time for a distraction. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for your membership. Almost 3 years there. Thank you very much there. When it's flashing, you must press clear, insert or clear. Thank you very much. Yes, I don't know what I did there, but anyway, waypoint number 2. Appreciate your distraction there, Lima Echo. number 2 then. Number 2 is Verbi. So south. There we are. South 0, 6, 47, 9. Insert west 0, 3, 3, 1, 2, 9. Insert. Okay, that's better. Number 3 is Moxip. South 0, 5, 47, 9. Insert west 0, 3, 1, 56, 6. Insert 03156. Number 4 is Bugat. We're halfway, guys. 4 is Bugat. So that's south 03372 03372. Insert west 02946. Insert waypoint number 5 is over the Atlantic Ocean. So 5 is going to be north 03000. Insert west 022000. Insert number 6 is going to be Tivod. That's our penultimate INS waypoint. North. So we've crossed into the equator here. So we're now on the north. Well, we did that a while back. Yeah, crossing the equator. We'll have to try and spot where we cross the equator to. Number 6 then for Tivod is north 06576 06576. Insert. And then west 01443. Insert. Then lastly number 7, which is over the airfield, Lungi. So there's some other waypoints here, but it's on the same airway, 572, it's a straight line. So there we are, this is on the airfield, the Lungi VOR at Freetown. So number 7, north 08370, insert west 013115. Insert. Right, done. I don't think I've made too many errors. What is it I need to do now? So I've done all of that, and then you move all the RSs to nav, or if you want to save a bit of time, press quick align, and what it'll do will move all the INS to nav for you, and then deselect remote. That's the only thing I've got left to do. There we are. So we've got everything programmed in. 0 is present position, 1 is our first waypoint. We'll go to distance and time. INS is ready to go. Right, I think we've got it all. VATSIM would want you to insert all the waypoints in order to be directed to one, but I'd assume that's irrelevant over the Atlantic. Yes, so what I usually do is, because obviously on airways, you could, in a typical 400 or 500 mile stretch, you might cross 20 waypoints. So I just do waypoints between track changes, which is exactly what I've done every sector I fly, and then, you know, just say enable RNAV, request standard routing, or direct to one of your program waypoints. But you could technically, if you get clear to a waypoint, insert the coordinates anyway. So that's it. Pro tip, go to the distance track STS page on the IS and insert forward insert to make them communicate with each other. Oh, I believe you listed it. I believe you. I only just use this one anyway, and I just leave the other two on stamp. I just don't use them. I program them at least. Right, so we're all good to go. Let's have a look here. So AP is running. In fact, we'll put that on the bus now. No, this one. Close, close. Yeah, that's done. So now on the APU. IDGs for the engine we don't need to turn on yet because obviously the engine's not running. Light controls all set here. Galley power's on. That's normal for this stage. Electrical power, so the battery is just holding its charge. Standby power selected. So we don't need to check the power, but you can see that external power is 115 volts, 400 hertz. We'll just leave it on Gen 1. Fuel, we've got sufficient extra 10 tons on board. We'll turn the fuel pumps on for all the tanks containing fuel. No fuel in the centre tank today. Additional reserves we'll use top of descent. Fuel heat off for now. Pressurization, we're cruising at 35,000 feet. Is this the QNH at destinations you set here, I think? I'll just double check. Yeah, 1010. So that's set. Pressurization system's all good. Air conditioning's all set. We'll just turn the recirc fans on. Just lowers the load of the packs. Temperature's nice and cool still. I'll put that back to normal now. Perfect. Yeah, nice. 22, 23 degrees in the compartments. That's good. Check the squibs. The engines. Fault and fire tests coming up now. I think they are. So fire test of the engines. Fault test. That's what the fire bell sounds like. Hydraulics. We'll put these to auto for now. I think they come off for the pushback. Brake temperatures, first flight of the day, that's all good. No warnings here. There's additional tests I potentially missed. Flight data recorders all set as well. Fuel jettison panel, that's closed. Hopefully none of that today. But there we are, all up and running there. Excellent. I think we've got everything set up. Just want to do the nav aids, which I've actually all set up for departure, and the takeoff performance. So if we go here, it's got a takeoff and landing performance calculator, guys. Really nice add-on. So put the information from the aircraft in here. So the takeoff weight's 258.9 tons. We'll use flap 10. I preset all this prior to the stream look. You can change the runway length, elevation, slope, runway heading. This is the actual weather conditions. You can also fetch from the sim, which I did. And these are our speeds then, based off the runway length and external conditions. So if you press the set speeds, it'll set all your bugs for you. There you go. V1's 121, VR's 134, V2's 150. It bugs 150 now. I'm going to actually fly out at V2 plus 20, which is what I want to set here. That's the aircraft I want to pitch for. So I've bugged 170 on the MCP. So takeoff performance is done. Trim, I just need to set 3.2 units. So I want this to nose down. 3.2 is set. And the flight directors will turn on now, even though the checklist moans at you about it. And we'll set our target pitch attitude at 17 degrees for the initial pitch to maintain the speed. So we'll set 17 degrees. Takes a while. 15, 16, 17. Perfect. Now, it'll moan at me at the checklist if I don't do this. So we'll check the instrument warning system. Altitude alert test, GPWS.
Pull up.
Rudder ratio test. There we are. They've all been completed. Now, just before we do the checklist, let's brief the taxi and Sid. So, we're here on stand 10. We're going to push back from stand 10. Oh, where's the chart gone? Is this not an aeroplane displaying chart? There we are. Push back then, it's going to be off runway 18 today. 7 winds 100 at 6. Push back face north, taxi via Mach, full length for runway 18. And there is a SID for runway 36, which is non-RNAV. We are routing direct to Ambet, but that's off the other runway. So we're actually going to fly an omnidirectional departure. And we're going to intercept this airway. You can see here, there's the routing. We're going to intercept the Uniform Zulu 529 airway to Ambet initially. So you can see here, Uniform Zulu 5... sorry, I put Uniform Zulu 59 airway, and it's based off the 074 radial. So you can see it says there 074. So omnidirectional SID, guys, will climb straight ahead, maintain V2 plus 10 up to 900 feet, then V2 plus 10 to V2 plus 20 up to 3,100. It's like NADP1, basically. So I'm going to climb 500 feet, immediate left turn, and then we're going to intercept that 074 radial. 074 radial here. We'll basically take off. We'll avoid the land and then outbound like that. And then once we're on that radial, we can go to Modfler and then direct to Ambit and then en route using INS. So that's the routing we're going to fly, omnidirectional. Just caters for non-RNAV aircraft. Right, let's see how much I've forgotten. An awful lot. Not bad, 29 minutes. Plus we had a nice little chat at the start of the stream here. We're pretty much all ready to go. Oh yeah, look what Felis has added. He's got a quick autosave. I've turned it off. But look, you can save. If I don't want to press this now, but I did some test sectors. And it works really well. It's just like the TODIS, so you can actually save it, practice multiple approaches. So what I'm going to do is... Oh, gosh. Yes, I'll delete these because they were for my test sector, but remind me and I will save it along the route, just in case we have any problems with the sim. Right, let's do some checks then. So checklists before start, pilots checks. Oops,
50,
worst timing
40,
ever.
30.
Oh, it hasn't started. Stratocast, thank you very much for the $5, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate your donation. Uh-oh.
I should be mowing the lawn this morning before it gets too hot this afternoon on my day off today, but this stream is far more important.
Thank you, Stratocast, for the $5. Really appreciate it, buddy. I hope your lawn does get cut soon, and I hope your other half doesn't mind it not being cut. I'd be told off if I'd left it. Thank you very much for your donation. Hope you're doing very well. Good morning to you over in the United States, sir. Thank you very much indeed. P-Tess is here as well. Doggy emojis. Hope you're doing well. You're Spooky. You're watching with my new puppy Rosie. Her first time watching. Thank you. Look who else is. Well, look who else isn't watching the stream today. At the moment. He's longingly looking out of the door. Look, there's my flight bag ready to go if I get called off standby. But yes, he had a little walk. Picked him up this morning and went for a little walk with me just before the stream. Right, let me get yoga cam set up again. There we go. Oh, do you like my stripy attire today, guys? There we go. Brilliant. Right, let's do the checklist. See what I've forgotten. Lots probably.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On.
It's a proper checklist.
INS.
Does check the configuration for you.
Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights.
So far, so good.
Armed. Exterior lights. Damn.
Damn! Let me off. It's the beacon light. It's the beacon light. I'm not ready for engine start.
Check.
There you go, look.
Flight instruments.
Turn it back off now.
Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 1, 2. Set and cross check.
That is the correct QNH.
Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder.
I forgot to put this weather radar to standby.
Standby.
There we go.
Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check.
I'll do that.
Mach airspeed warning. Check.
We're going fast
Auto
today, by the way.
brakes.
Decimal 86.
Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On.
So
Autopilot
runway
and flight
heading.
director. Damn.
It's because the flight director's on. I think in the 7.4 they want you to turn it off until you take off. So I'll turn the flight directors off.
Check and off. Takeoff warning.
Oops.
Hold on. Check.
There we go. Same as the
Auto flight
7.3.
enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors.
I'm doing alright.
Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check.
This is just the pilot's checks.
Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
So I forgot to mention here, this has proper radio simulation. I can't remember what the add-on is, but Felis uses, but a number of developers use it and explain. It provides really accurate radio range for ILS, VOR, and increases static the closer you are, and you get scalloping if there's terrain in the way. But just to show you, look, we're using this VOR for departure, Recife 16.9, so we better just check the ident, turn up the nav. There's the dots and dashes, so dot, dash, dot, dot, dash, dot, dash, dot for Romeo Echo Charlie. There we are, so we've got Recife tuned and identified, so that's all good. And we'll now do the engineer's checks.
Battery on.
That's the word I was looking for.
APU
Lib radio.
panel.
Thank you, Pancake
Check.
King. I don't know much about
Auxiliary
it, but it's
power.
great.
Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 61868 kilograms.
That's sufficient.
Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Let's see.
Does it want them off for the engine start, I think? No, I forgot to turn the bleed on, that's what it was. And then these
Check
off.
and set. Hydraulic quantity.
About to start engines, need
Check.
them off anyway.
EPR computer. Wait.
Go around. I love the way he says it as well, but it's not meant to be go around, it's meant to be takeoff dry.
Go around. Circuit breakers.
About to take off dry.
Check.
I checked that with the
Indicator
engineer.
lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set.
Such a beast of a panel.
Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Let's see.
Off push?
Check and set.
Yes.
Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On.
I can't remember if one of
Oxygen
these needs to be on
mask
for
and
pushback.
regulator.
I don't think I did for test sector.
Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Guys, we've done the pilot's checks, we've done the engineer's checks, we're ready for push and start. Let me call for better pushback. There's one I made earlier. I'll make a new one, just in case there's any problems. There was a glitch with active sky and better pushback not working well together, but the updates fixed it. It worked yesterday.
Grounded to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Please call me through the menu when you're ready.
He definitely sounds from Brazil. Let's call him, we're ready.
Grounded to cockpit, tow is driving up.
So, I did put the APU on the bus, didn't I? Yes. So I'll get rid of the GPU now. Ground. So we can remove the chocks
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
and disconnect
Cockpit
the
to
GPU.
ground. Disconnect ground power.
Just want to make sure I've configured the electric panel right, otherwise we'll lose AC power. Oops.
Shocks removed.
What have I done here?
Ground
Yeah,
power disconnected.
yeah, I think I forgot to close them, but we have power now. Just check, make sure the battery's charging. It is. Modelling is crazy. What do you think, guys? You wait until we start the engines on this. Oh, it's a good job I checked outside. Doors are still open. Close.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
You lie, man from Brazil. Look at this. That's it, Anthony. Yeah, I think... Isn't there a... Yes, like that. I think that's the configuration for pushback to ensure you have hydraulics for the body gear steering. That one's on to ensure you have hydraulic system for pressurise. Check the door panel. I think they're all here. It's all the usual stuff at this stage. That's fine. We're being lifted up. Oops, forgot to disconnect the air bridge.
Flow is now connected and the bypass pin is secured.
There we go.
Please release parking brake.
Right, we're ready for push and start. Are you ready for these sounds, guys? I think every time we fly this aircraft, everyone gets a little bit excited about this, me included. So we'll arm the start valve.
Ready to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
Right, ready for engine start. Aircraft's now configured.
Parking brake release.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback now and you may start your engine.
We're going to go outside for the first one. We're going to start the sequence 4, 1, 2 and 3. So first one's going to be over here. Are you ready for this, guys? I'm going to turn up the sound as well. It'll deafen you, but it'll be worth it. Right, starting engine number 4.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
I've got to go back inside to get some fuel in here, but it all works correctly, as you'd expect. N2, oil pressure, N1's over here.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
Fuel on.
It gets louder, you wait until I start taxiing. That's only one. Perfect. Right, I'll do the other one inside, and then 1 and 2 will go back
Engine
outside.
stabilized.
Right, starting engine number 1.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
There you go, you see the hydraulics coming on, flaperon's retracting. Beacon isn't on, well spotted. Yeah, that's a bit of a no-no. Perfect. N2, oil pressure. N1.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
So you can see it light up. There's the EGT, N1 acceleration. It's just epic. Quiet up here.
Starter off.
And wait for engine stabilised. 29 degrees. Active Sky seems to be injecting the weather in nicely. Starting engine number 2, as soon as it gets stabilised.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Operation complete.
Starting engine
Please
2.
set parking brake.
Starter valve open.
Parking brake set. Lots going on.
Parking brakes.
Disconnecting tow.
We'll do the
Please
other
stand
one.
by.
Loud. And I'm going to go behind when we start this bad boy up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
We're burning a lot of fuel an hour here, guys. Starting engine number 3.
Engine stabilized.
Tow is
Starting
now
engine
disconnected.
3.
Bypass pin has
Starter
been
valve
removed.
open.
Hand signal on your right, Captain. See you next time. Have a safe flight.
Perfect. Malaysian 7-4. Here are the passengers all excited to be flying Alpaca Classic. Takes a long time to get all these started.
20% and 2.
Fuel.
Wicked. Oh, so loud out there.
Engine stabilized.
Oh, good timing. Right, engine stabilised. Guys, it's like an NG. So I actually do the flow as I would in the 7.3, and it's pretty much spot on. So generators, 1, 2, 3, 4 on. APU, I think we can trip that. No, it's already done, isn't it? APU can now come off. And split breaker system closed. Generators on, APU's off. Start switches to flight. Usually comes on later, but I do it now. Probe heat on. Anti-ice not required. Flaps to 10 for takeoff. 1, 5, 10.
Flaps 10.
And hydraulics we can now put on. Turn off the electric pump hydraulic system.
50.
4.
40,
Flying
30,
controls.
20. 10.
Thank you very much. I've got everything going on here. Firstly, Tom Dunson, thanks for the £5.
Hi, hope you are doing
Hello.
fine. Long time no talk.
Oh, hi, Tom. Oh, no, sorry, Tom. Oh, let me just do it again. Sorry, I was about to do the flight control check. I'll let yours ping first. I
40,
forgot it mutes them.
30. 20.
Cheers, James. Speak up, go to the Kai. Outside, yes, I can believe that's the truth. Thank you very much, Tom Dunson.
Hi, hope you are doing fine. Long time no talk.
Thank you.
Left a link to Avid Abs for Microsoft on your Twitter DM.
Oh.
Might want to check that out. Enjoy this old bird and have a nice flight.
Thanks a lot for your donation, Tom. That's very generous. I hope you're doing well as well, buddy. I think I've seen it. I've just got a lot of other DMs there as well. I'll sift through it and I'll have a look and I'll get back to you. Thank you very much for your donation, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Someone asked what's the fuel flow at the moment. It's 800 kilos an hour per engine. 8, 16, 20, 3.2 tons an hour we're burning, just sat here. 3.2 tons an hour. That's about 1.5 737-800s in the cruise. Right, flight controls. Let me just get yoke cam set up because I moved it earlier with the dog. Full forward, full back, left, centre, right, centre, rudders, full right and full left. There's only recall, anti-skid system. I forgot to turn that on. Where is anti-skid? Oh, I think it's just because it's we haven't taxied yet. Right, let's do the after start checklist. So after start checklist.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Damn.
Ah, yeah, that's fine. They're off, but I put them on flight already. That's fine.
Beacon lights.
That's
On.
used.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel.
Takes a while. This does.
This.
Oh, this electrical panel. What have I done on here? Galley power's tripped. What have I done? I've closed all the IDGs. Bleed air can come off, obviously. APU's off. What have I done? What have I forgotten? No, these are all APU power. Oh, is it the GPU? No, and these are all on the bus. Oh no, what have I done? I'm confident that's all configured correctly. Let me just check. IDGs. Yeah, they're all producing power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, if something happens, we'll find out. I don't know what I've done there.
Back valves. This.
This, yes, they can come on.
Open. Dual warning
And then they come
lights.
off before takeoff.
Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On.
Try the end.
After start checklist completed.
I will just close the Jennies again just in case, but yeah, they're all connected. That's fine. Right, after start checklist complete, we're ready to go. Right, Parking brake released.
Parking brake released.
I'm going to have to do this outside. Well, that was worth it. Well, a bit off the taxi line. Epic, isn't it? So good. You wait until we take off and do the flyby. It's the best of them all. Oh, I better be Unicoming, actually. Recife Tower, Packer 7... Oh, yeah, I'm not on Unicom, though. I'm on some random frequency from last stream. There we go. Recife traffic, Alpaca 740 Alpha, taxi hold point runway 18 for departure to the east. Right, let's do the before... We'll do the taxi checklist. It's just called taxi.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder
Already
harness.
doing 20 knots
Check.
nearly. Look, 17
APU.
knots. Looks like you're going so fast.
Off. Fuel heat.
Galley power. Ah,
Off.
that might be what.
Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels.
Keep
Check.
tripping it, I think.
Aft cargo heat. Wait.
Uh-oh, after cargo heat. I always forget that one, and it's in some very obscure place. There it is.
Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Excellent. Next is before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
The radar's
Transponder.
coming on.
Check.
Ignition.
There it is. Look, you can see it powering up.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
That's fine.
Hold on.
We'll do that after we've lined up. I usually forget those, so we'll skip that. That's just based
Back
off
valve.
you being on the runway.
Let's see.
They come off for departure.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
We're ready now. What I'm going to do is just my operator's checklist just to make sure I'm happy for departure. So config, we'll do a quick takeoff config warning. There we are. No sounds going off, so that's checked. Flaps we have 10. And green light. Stab trim set for departure. I think it was 3.9. Your 3.2 units set to takeoff briefing. So packs are off with the 7.4. Bleeds are on. The V-speeds are set for departure on the bugs. I think it's like 125. And then 138. And then we're going to fly V2 plus 20 set. Now the departure we're flying is an omnidirectional SID. So we're going to climb straight ahead. Left turn at 500 feet. If I close that, we're going to then do a heading of around 040 degrees. Intercept the 074 outbound from Recife via on the upper Zulu 59 airway to Ambet. We're climbing to flight level 90. There's no ATC here, but I've just set 90 on the MCP. NADP 1, so we're going to maintain V2 plus 20 until 3,100 feet above the ground. So that's it, and cabin secure, checks complete. Guys, I think we're all ready to go, ready for departure. Just make sure no one's lining up on the runway or on final. No, it's all clear. Recife traffic, Alpaca 74 Sierra Alpha, lining up, taking off runway 18. Perfect, so lights coming on, strobes, MCP is set, transponder TARA, strobe lights are on, landing lights on, checks complete. I'll try and line up externally for you so you can enjoy the sounds. Enjoy. A little bit off centre line. There we go. Not bad. I'll take it. Right. So, what do you want to be? Outside or inside for the initial spooling up of the engines? Let me know in chat. I can wait 10 seconds for that. I'll do a little flyby on the takeoff roll as well. So what I'm going to do is I'll hold it on the brakes, wait until he says stabilised, and then we'll go outside. So are you ready? Toga's in chat. We'll start this to run. I'm just going to get them up to the thrust required, which is 1.1% APR. Here we go. Oh, he's not saying stabilised today. Wait for it. Ah! Right, I'm holding it on about 50% N1 on the brakes. Can we have a countdown in chat then? 3, 2, 1. Right, I'm going to have to go back inside because I've just forgotten to do this. Hold on. EPR, takeoff dry, set takeoff.
Stabilized.
Thrust. Oh! Forgot how much I love this add-on. Checked, release forward pressure. I'll do the flyby when I get airborne, guys.
V1.
Hand off thrust levers.
Rotate.
Up we go. Well, what that was, I think it was the ran out call out. And airborne.
Positive rate.
I that wasn't tail strike. Gear up. Trim. A little bit out of trim there. Right. 500 feet. There you go for the flyby. There we are. Right, I need to actually look inside here, guys. So rolling the heading round, so it'll give us a little intercept heading for this radial. Pitch up to 17 degrees. Flight director will come round. Perfect, so maintain your speed. Remember, we want NADP 1. We'll crank that heading around a little bit more. Get rid of the yoke so I can see the HSI a little easier. Going to maintain full climb until about 3,000 feet as well. So we're on an intercept heading for this radial now. Oh, an aircraft carrier, how tempting. Oh my god, no! I don't want to do... It thinks I want to land on the carrier! No! Get out of here! I've never seen that before. Right, climb power. Drop the ball! Climb. There's 3,000 feet. Gonna lower the nose now. Whoops. Just gonna go on an intercept heading still again. Ah, ooh, watch out. Attitude to about 10 degrees. Want to do about 500 feet per minute. No more than that. Need to lower the pitch command on the flight director as well. Don't descend. I'm just gonna ignore it in pitch. In fact, I'll turn that off because I'm not using it. So I'm just on intercept heading. Just going to do accelerate the aircraft now. Slightly
Left
left. So only 4 miles on the VOR. That HSI is going to come in any second. Still hand flying this beast. Cool the ball. Unbelievable. Flap 1.
Flaps 1.
Just a bit more of an intercept heading here. So sluggish, the 7-4. Right, let's go wings level there. Just waiting. I'm waiting for this CDI to come in. And flaps up.
Flaps up.
Just doing about 300 or 400 feet per minute. Let the aircraft accelerate to 250 knots. That's the HSI coming in now. It's going to turn right. Start pitching up to maintain 250 knots as well. Gentle right turn. Hand flying IMC. Raw data in a 747. This is how the boys and girls used to do it. Just go wings level there, get on to HSI. Just keeping the attitude at 10 degrees, maybe a little bit low, just to let the aircraft accelerate to 250. Just a big Seneca. That's 230 knots. Going to trim as we accelerate. So on the HSI now. Don't know what the wind is actually, so we'll fly heading just to stay on the HSI. Gentle right turn. Slow that nose a little bit more. Just want to get to 250 knots, and I'll engage the automation. I'm just enjoying myself. You know, this is what simming's all about. I still get a buzz from doing this. This is the closest I'll ever get to flying a 747-200. Right, there we go. It's almost at 250. It's all in trim. There we are. So command A, vertical speed, out cells. We'll level off at 90. I'll go to Vorlock. So nav's engaged. It's going to fly outbound on the HSI. Bug 250. I'll just let the aircraft slowly accelerate. I'm going to go to indicated airspeed. Or speed. It's now going to command the order throttle to fly this speed here. And we'll level off at 90 and then do the after takeoff checklist because I've got quite a lot to do here. So we'll set standard 1013. We're outbound on the VOR, which is fine. Aviate navigate 1013 set 3 times. So after takeoff checklist. Pressurization. Packs coming on. 1, 2, 3. I think you do this nice and slowly and check we don't blow anything up. So they're on. It's raining as well. 1 to go, so we'll just do 1,000 feet per minute. There we are. We'll level off at 90. Gear can come to off. Auto brake is off. Flights switches to off. Air conditioning and pressurization. So diff pressure's 2.2 psi, climbing, cabin altitude's about 3,600 feet. Let's do the after takeoff checklist on here.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever. Off. Landing and logo lights.
Damn.
Well, we're not 10,000 feet, you can let me off. Skip.
Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
Fuel
Check.
heat as well, I forgot.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Wait. Auto.
There we go.
After takeoff checklist
After
complete.
takeoff checklist complete. Aircraft's now configured for cruise. So just to show you what we're doing, we're outbound from Recife on the 074 radial to Ambet. What I'm going to do is update INS now. So I'm going to go to waypoint change 01 insert. It's now programmed to redirect from present position to Ambet, our first waypoint. We'll just briefly go to heading select here. Let me just match the heading as the aircraft levels off at 9. We're still at 1 to go, haven't we? So heading
Now's the level
select. Flight director I'm going to turn back on. And we're going to go to INS. Nav's engaged. And just want to make sure INS nav. Perfect. So the autopilot's now following the INS. Cruise level's now 350. We'll go up to 37 later. So 350 is set out cell. We're going to go to EPR. So climb thrust will be set. And flick this to indicated airspeed. The aircraft's now going to set climb thrust and pitch to maintain 250 knots. There we are. Not a very nice day out here. We'll check the weather radar. I'm not sure how well it's modelled yet. Worked quite nicely in X-Plane 11, but no, it doesn't seem to be anything on there. Maybe there is no inclement weather. Let's do a flyby. Can't even see it. Oh, we'll have to wait for the breakout, Tom. Remember to switch the HSI to INS, left and right side of the MCP. Hey, which switch? Which switch is that? This has been. Switch the HSI to INS. I thought it does it automatically.
10,000.
Alright, anyway, what's the optimum climb speed? I'll have a look here. So, performance, optimal climb 302 knots. So what we're going to do, this is the way I was told to do it, is go to vertical speed, leave it in climb, just set about 800 feet per minute, let the aircraft accelerate to 302 knots, then go back to indicated airspeed hold. It says radio on the top and INS on the bottom. My apologies, there we go, thank you, I knew what you meant. Thank you. I think I might have never done that before. Oh no, I have to, of course I have. It's going to get very loud in here from the aerodynamic sounds, you know, from acceleration. So 302 knots. Ready to go indicated airspeed hold. It's getting loud now. I think we're almost on top of this cloud as well. $300. There we go, it's about 302. Indicated airspeed, so the aircraft's now going to pitch to maintain 302 knots. And we'll maintain that speed until we hit our cruise Mach number, decimal 85 or 86, just below MMO. Beautiful. On our way, guys. What do you think? Who's here in chat hasn't seen the Felis 747 before? I think most of you are regular viewers today, but if it's your first time, let me know what you think. I think it's one of the best add-ons there is. Flyby. Beautiful. Right, pre-cruise checks actually show fuel. Well, engineers should be checking that. We'll check it at our first waypoint en route at Verbi. So lights off and APU's off. Take the seatbelt snow soaking off in a second. Pressurization. Cabin's level, so diff pressure should be climbing slowly. If I zoom in lots, you can see. Look, it is. So pressurization set. There we are, we'll release the passengers. Checks complete.
Seatbelt sign. However, we recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. In a few moments, the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
Perfect. This was the way to travel back in the day. And we're already crossing the Atlantic. Next landfall, Sierra Leone, ladies and gentlemen. Shootdog115, first time watching the Felis 747, awesome, I hope you're enjoying it. Liam Echo Lima, maybe some panel lights since the cockpit is so dark. Yes, that is an X-Plane theme. Yes, turning up the lighting, the day you shouldn't see anything, but you can see it is illuminating it slightly. I'll leave it as it is. It's not too bad. It's better than it was. Rammer 64, your first time, excellent. William Bosch, I haven't, quite amazing. Ancient stuff, sure is. Airdonics, first time for me, sounds amazing. Very, very cool. Shoot dog, enjoying it too, as I said. Flying gas marks, flying it right now, absolutely love it. Livery fits the plane perfectly. Yes, one of the members makes, several members make all the liveries for our virtual airline Outback Airways. This one I think was Jordan, or correct me if I'm wrong, it could have been someone else, but we have lots of great people that makes lots of them. William Bosch, I would miss the MCDU. What sort of those? An Airbus thing out? Joking. Rundun's Flingen's loving it. Ashton Howick, my first time, absolutely amazing. Love the old school systems like the Concorde add-ons have. INS proper engineering panel, absolutely. Can't wait for the light meal. It's only a short flight, 3.5 hours. Excellent. John Bart, Flight Deck, what are you using for ATC? I use VATSIM network, but obviously at this time of day, middle of the week, there's no events going on or ATC to be had. I don't think we'll get any in Sierra Leone later either. Random task, love this aircraft. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to take a jump seat ride on Air Canada's 747-200 from Vancouver, is that? Somewhere in Canada to Heathrow back in the day. Very, very cool random task. I'm jealous. That guy, James, do you use Volanta? I don't. Peter Green, I've been currently trying to work out which channel the one in-flight movie is on. All I've got is BBC and World Service Classical. That's all we offer on the 200, I'm afraid. We have a jester lurking around in the back. He might start juggling for you if you so wish. It'll cost you a tenner. Brilliant. So quite heavy today, full load of passengers, but obviously the range of this aircraft is 4 times what we're actually flying. So fuel-wise, we had no fuel in the centre tank, just fuel in the 4 main tanks and the reserve tanks. We'll use this amount of fuel. Basically, tank 4 and tank 1 plus reserves is the same as tank 2 and tank 3. You use this at top of descent or whenever the level's less than that. And then if we had centre tank fuel, we use all the fuel in the centre tank first before we use the wing tanks, just to reduce the amount of stress on the wings. Clouds have improved. This is, I don't know if it's an active sky. I'm using active sky, or I mean to do with X-Plane 12. Obviously far off the quality from Microsoft Flight Simulator, but acceptable, I'd say is the word. You know, I can sacrifice the visual quality to fly quality aircraft like this. Right, so airborne 15 minutes, so airborne time was 14:25 Zulu. If you head over to my Instagram, guys, you can actually find out a flight log. In fact, if you want to know what my handwriting looks like, I'll show you on YokaCam. I've just started filling the log in. I'll use this for the flight there. So there's our airborne time at 14:25. So I'll do time and fuel checks at all of the INS waypoints to make sure we're on time. We've got the correct amount of fuel, and if you want to see a copy of this, head over to my Instagram story, take a screenshot, and you can do the fuel and time checks with me. First waypoint is Verbi, and at Verbi, looking at the log, we should be there after 21 minutes airborne. We should have 42.7 tonnes. We should have burnt 9 tonnes of fuel. 20 minutes into the flight, we should have burnt 9 tonnes of fuel. That's sort of getting to the UK from Malaga in a 737. 20 minutes. 3 hours, 3.5 hour, 3 hour flight, the 737, that is. Excellent. It's just, this aircraft just is such a brute. So much power. Yeah, Takeoff, I did a very slow rotation at the correct V speeds, but you know, it's that over rotation sound is this. I think I might have heard that for a brief second. Maybe it's a little less tail than we need. Who knows? Ooh, bit of a weird audio issue there. How far would a Max fly on 9 tonnes? You get to Canaries from the UK, listed in 3.5-4 hours, no problem. William Bosch, what exactly is INS? I never use such a system. It's basically like IRS you have on your Airbuses and 737s, except it's just a far older system, a far more basic system. Obviously, at the time of the day, it was cutting edge, but works off the same principles. It uses the rotation of the Earth to work out your position and accelerometers and whatnot, and you tell it your original position. Once it's aligned, it'll know exactly where you are without using any external references. Very clever. Over time, it does drift, but you can update it using DME. But I remember talking to the engineer who helped develop the Felis 747. He's an ex-Boeing 747-200 engineer, and he said they very seldom used INS updating, DME updating, because you know, it was accurate enough, so it only drifts sort of 9-10 miles, which sounds like a lot, but en route navigation it's sort of okay back in the day. Yeah, Siva INS. Stefan Hayner, yeah, solid 7.4 Classic like this in Microsoft Flight Simulator is the dream. I could do with a 707 DC-8 on the platform as well. Yeah, this makes this look like 787. Those old aircraft, they're even more basic than this. Still got a lot to do. We had a wind rushing over the wing. Let's go outside. Turned it right down. Just shows you how low you have to have the exterior sounds this add-on, otherwise you'd be deafened. Yeah, but we're nearly there yet. We've got about 3 hours 15 minutes to go. I will take a 15-minute break actually in about an hour's time. This is a slightly longer stream than usual. We're crossing the Atlantic Ocean, guys. Ah, you found it, R2K2. Yes, we're currently inbound to Verbi, guys. Inbound to Verbi. If I have a look at the INS. So if you have looked at my Instagram story, you'll see that waypoint number 2, which is we're currently routing from 1 to 2, is Verbi. We should be there in 21 minutes. Hopefully at our cruise altitude of 35,000 feet. Planned Mach decimal 85. These are the winds. Temperature, ice deviation, and height of the tropopause, actual fuel on board. Remember, we took an extra 10 tons, so we should have about 52.6 tons of Verbi, and we should have burnt 9 tons. So we'll do all of that when we get to Verbi, which is in 3.7 minutes, 27 miles, and you can see the INS has been slaved for the HSI. Thank you very much for the heads up on doing that as well, using that switch. Is Siva what they used on Apollo? List of it. That's amazing if it is. Yeah, I wonder when we first had INS on commercial aviation. Antonio, your airline will force you to take a break. What are you talking about? Since earlier. Now I relax and steal the first class desserts. Brilliant. Well, my phone's not rang yet. I am still on standby. Can the 747-200 flight RMP RNAV approach at pouring water in this configuration? No. Siva is not approved for RNAV approaches. En route RNAV, yes, but they're called BRNAV, basic RNAV. I think the positional accuracy is it within 10 miles RNAV 10? En route? Not so sure, but you can fly ILS obviously in this, and conventional approaches NDB and VOR. So we'll be flying a VOR DME ARC today onto an ILS. Joe Drage, what time does your standby finish? Not until much later. I'm on a late standby today. It finishes... Just checking my roster. It finishes at 10:30 Zulu, so 11:30 tonight. So I'm on late. My body clock's on late, so I've got up at about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Obviously, that makes me sound very lazy. But if you get up at sort of 6, 7 o'clock, then you get called off standby at 9 PM for a duty, you're going to be one tired puppy. Oh, just grabbing the water. Siva was originally developed for ICBMs. Lovely. Hello, Lauren. Hope you're doing well. Don't think of Siva itself on Apollo, but certainly in internal navigation. Hence, Siva was first used for the C5, so the Galaxy, which 747 original design was to compete against. Amazing. It's the main course llama, said Luke. We use llamas to tow the aircraft around on the apron. Yeah, I know, Joe, on the edge. It's you just never know. If there was a lot of disruption, such as slots and things like that, I probably would have postponed the stream, waiting for the inevitable. But everyone got away first wave today. The only thing that would really cause me to be called in is someone calling in sick, which could always, you never know. So yeah, you just have to wait around. Josh X, ATM is lazy. I'm mega lazy then. No, I don't like... I've got lots I want to do. I've got lots to do. So, you know, me laying around in bed, it's just too... You know, I most spare time planning streams. Anyway, look, you can see we're only 2 miles away. There's the alert. 0.3 minutes from Verbi. And 128 miles now from Recife. That's the VOR DME range. So there we are. So if you wanted to head to the Instagram story, check out the log. We'll do a fuel check together at Verbi and a time check. I'll bring up the log here though, so you don't have to get it if you don't wish to. So Verbi. And remember, INS is using a navigation system. It's completely internal. It's not using any external aids now. No GPS, nothing. So Verbi is sequenced to the next waypoint, which is Mach, 94 miles away at 11.6 minutes. So, there's Verbi. We should have been airborne for 21 minutes. Checking the clock, I'll put it in between the two there. We've been airborne for 24, so it was probably me faffing around on the SID and a delayed climb. Remember, we stopped level at 90, so that's as expected. We should have 42.7 tons of fuel. Remember, we took 10 tons extra, so we're looking to have 42.7, 52.7. Let's check the gauges. 52.7, look at that, 52.6. So fuel burn is spot on. Lastly, we should have burnt 8,938. So we should have burnt 9 tons of fuel. Let's check the fuel used. 9 tons. Just 2-3 aside. 4-6, 9-2. So 9-2 tons burnt. We should have burnt 9. So we've actually passed the waypoint. I'd say the used fuel is pretty much spot on. So we do time fuel checks every 30 minutes to an hour, making sure that we're as expected. Guys, you remind me when we're approaching the next waypoint. If we've forgotten it, Mach zip. Oh, we need to work out where we cross the equator as well. Is this the equator here? Yes, I found it. So here's the equator, north 0. We cross the equator. Well, it's not any associated waypoint, but it's here. We'll have to keep an eye out on the INS, looking along there. It's about the halfway point, basically, halfway from South America to Africa, across the equator. In fact, we'll put the coordinates on here, present position. There you go, look. See it counting down. Funny using Navigraph and Navitab behind steam gauges. I know, we're very fortunate. I mean, what you get as a flight simmer is the tools you have available is amazing. Same as you do on the modern aircraft. There we are. Start again. We're almost at Mach decimal 80. So again, we're going to maintain indicated airspeed of 302 knots until we reach decimal 85. Then we'll use Mach hold. Approaching 30,000 feet. Perfect. Hello, Ragbus. It's your captain. What's up? Very well, thank you. Streaming with you guys. Hoping not to get called off standby. We'll watch Extreme. I saw your comment. Seeing a few others there. Is the main course low? I saw. Excellent. Stratocast, thank you very much for your donation again. Nightbot's very slow these days. No doubt it'll ping through any second. But thank you very much for the $5. Saying at some point, can we take a champagne and cigarette break in the groovy 70s lounge? Thank you very much. I cannot wait to hear Microsoft Jack's
50,
pronunciation
40,
of this.
30, 20.
Oh, look! Look what I've just found on my soundboard.
Oh, groovy, baby.
At some point, can we take a champagne and cigarette break in the groovy 70s lounge? Smiley face.
Sure can.
Oh, groovy, baby.
Oh dear, classic film. Reminds me when I was 11, 12 years old again. Thank you very much, Stratocast. He's wanting to have some champagne in the groovy lounge in the back. Hope you're doing well. Champers all round. Thank you very much, buddy. Groovy baby in chat. Oh dear. Excellent. Now, Rudham's Flenging, Captain, do you know the story behind the placard by the FOCs? I do. So, this is a lovely touch here. Charlie Crooks was part of the Felis development team. He's the voice of the first officer. He was a young individual, you know, early 20s, and I haven't looked much into it, but I remember reading about it. But didn't he fall out the back of an aircraft? He was a training pilot or had a CPL, and I think he was doing some parachute jumps, and he fell out of the rear of an aeroplane very low to the ground. It's a very sad story. You know, it's easily accessible online, but obviously thoughts and prayers for that individual. And I think he did the voice for the pilots on the Felis add-on, but I have heard about that. Very, very sad. James Bucks, thanks for the 30 months, buddy. He says 2.5 years. Where's the time gone? I know. I think that was streaming sometimes. I mean, the channel is going to be 7 years old next year. January 16, I think, or 17. January 17. Yeah, it's nearly 6.5 years old, the channel. That's crazy. And you've been here for almost half of that period of time. So thank you very much, James Bucks, for your time as a member. 30 months. It's incredible. Thank you very much. Ragbus, I've got to say that I do really enjoy your videos. Thank you very much. Luke Supan, with the compass or anything act strange over the equator? No, not over the equator, over the poles. You'll see it swing around. But pilot navigation I've not looked at since my ATPL theory days. And you revert, is it true north? Again, I'd have to completely review the knowledge on all of that. And we don't fly anywhere near those sorts of places, my operator. Aerial Aviator, hey Captain, on the subject of a standby, have you ever been called in whilst on a stream in the past? Someone asked this the other day, and I have a funny feeling I have, but I think it was sort of right at the start or right at the end, not during. I have definitely cancelled a stream, because typically on late you get called maybe sort of 2-3 o'clock, and you'd get notified sooner than that, so I had the opportunity to potentially cancel this, but no, I could be called at any time here. Now, I do have a bit of a complaint about X-Plane, or maybe it's Active Sky. Look, as we're over the Atlantic, all the clouds have gone. Look, it's completely cloudless here, and it happened on all of my, well, I say all of my test sectors, my 2 test sectors. So, yeah, obviously, I don't think, I mean, it might become okay over the Atlantic, but it was for the test sector as well. When I looked on some sort of satellite imagery of that area of airspace, it certainly wasn't okay. So yeah, hopefully, I think it's an Active Sky thing and not an X-Plane 12. I think the X-Plane 12 default weather for across the pond was cloudy, wasn't it? So maybe it's an Active Sky thing. Is Austin Powers 747 available for the Felis 747 to Stephen? If it is, I promise you I'll fly it. Oh, that's amazing. I remember that, yeah. I won't repeat what he had the name for all his different cars and stuff. Classics. R2K2, that is 100% correct. That is 100% correct. There's ashtrays in the toilets, in the flight deck, if we light up. And the reason it's there is if someone does illegally smoke a cigarette, they've got somewhere to put it. That's exactly the reason why they've been left in. That is true. DT297, your videos bring us close to aviation in a pleasant, sometimes funny way. Thank you for that. You're most welcome. Ooh, good job on paying attention. There's decimal 85. So we'll go to Mach hold. Aircraft's now going to pitch to maintain decimal 852, and you'll see the rate of climb slowly increase here, because indicated airspeed will now decrease if we maintain a constant Mach in the climb. So make sure we've got 2992 set. There we are, approaching 1 to go anyway. I am watching you 75. Are you on the latest version of Active Sky? Yes, on release candidate version 1. Hello, Sharon de Groot, 7 months as a member. Cheers, buddy. Hi, Captain. Another month in the books. Happy to be part of this community with you in the left seat. Cheers. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Don't forget, members, please let me know in Discord if you'd like to take part in our next members group flight on Sunday, the 41st. Is it 41st members group flight in Africa? So please let me know, because we've got plenty of slots still available. You're joking. Aerial Aviator, there is an Austin Powers livery. I'll post it in Discord. Oh, amazing. Well, you might not be able to Aerial Aviator, you need to be a membership, but feel free to drop an email. I'll try my best to catch it. Pablo Steve, will you be X-crafting? Is this the new aircraft available on X-Plane? Yeah, maybe if I've seen it, but I've got no plans on streaming that yet.
1000 level off.
Yeah, Aviator, it's very kind. You won't. I'll look it up though. It's very kind, but you won't be able to post a link in chat or in the comment section. It's banned or prohibited by YouTube. I can allow it, but I don't want people posting links. Could be to some unusual website. 1,000 to go. Maintaining decimal 85 in the cruise and in the climb now. Making excellent progress. There's someone following me. Maybe it was the other guy in the 7-4. There we are, crossing the Atlantic. This is the shortest sort of space, or shortest part of the ocean crossing is from sort of Brazil to Sierra Leone, where we're going. So there are Freetown, capital of Sierra Leone. That's where we're going. Our alternate's Conakry in Guinea. So we have to divert there, but we're crossing the ITCZ here, so lots of large thunderstorms, but I don't think Active Sky is going to generate any. Anthony Koch says, how difficult was it for you to switch from the right to left seat in terms of hand flying? Outside visual, I just did my PPL and I'm curious how it feels to fly with the other hand. Very good question. The visual element isn't such an issue, it's that muscle hand-eye coordination stuff. It doesn't take long though to sort of revert to sort of what you need to know. Let me just go to Mach hold here, guys. Mach. There we are. So now the auto throttle is going to maintain Mach decimal 85 for us. You'll see it slowly reducing thrust. It was a hand-eye coordination thing. So moving to left-hand seat, you're used to making large inputs on the right hand with your right hand on the yoke, and then small changes with the thrust lever, and all of a sudden you're having to switch over. It takes sort of a few sectors to get back into the swing of things, but not also get back into to learn the new side of things. But it's not doesn't take too long. Taylor, are you a captain now? Yes, I became a captain in end of 2018. I started the commander grade. I became a captain for, was it March 19, April 19? So over 4 years ago now. Crazy. When I just started the membership, I think. Astro, yes, the E-Jets were explained, but suddenly yet another early access, $75 for one plane. Oof, expensive. Doesn't have the ability to hold. Oh dear. What's the general consensus on these add-ons? I mean, I'm not one to sort of post video reviews on aircraft that instantly come out. I tend to stream them if they're sort of, you know, not Captain Sim, let's say. No disrespect, but that individual does charge a lot of money for just skins, aren't they? So passive. Great idea. Austin Power close whilst flying livery. Hey, I promise you one thing. I will never reveal too much personal information. I'll tell you what. I'll show you the t-shirt I'll wear. Hold on. Are you ready for this? I bought this when I lived in Spain, with my first base at operator. This is what I'll wear if we'll do an Austin Power stream. It's my Miami Vice shirt or Caribbean helicopter pilot t-shirts. My girlfriend's going to get it back from work saying, "What are you doing with that shirt out?" I look like Tommy Vassetti. Classic. Anyway, in the cruise, here we are. This is one thing I do not like about X-Plane. Look, you look outside, it makes everything very dark. This sort of eye-adjusting. Don't like it. Just make the cockpits nice and bright, please. Anyway, decimal 85. That's good for us. We've just passed our next waypoint at Mach. So we'll continue towards Bugat and do another time and fuel check. But there we are. If you're curious, sat here at flight level 350, fuel flow per engine is, what's that, 2.7, I think it's just fluctuating slightly there, so we'll call it 2.7 tonnes an hour. So you're talking about 10.8 10.8 tons. Yeah, so 10 to 12 tons an hour we're burning. There's a lot there. You can literally see, look, the fuel being used as we stare at the gauges. It's about a kilo every second and a half per engine. It's a lot of fuel. B1F, what's the difference of pressing the putting next to the where you start the timer? I'll try and read that again. Press 2 on the road. So, are you talking about my configuration of the Thrustmaster yoke, or the clock? Read that again. Oh, on the 737. Ah, I've got you. So on some 737s, there's a push to talk button there. Yeah, so there's no difference. It's just our aircraft don't have it at my operator, but some 737s, they have a push to talk button on the glare shield by where the sort of in the position when you look at the model where the clock is. It's the same function as using the push to talk button on the control column. Perfect. Alright, shall I have a little look around the cabin? We'll leave this to Jim to look after. He's ticking away. Don't touch anything, Jim. A passenger restraint bag. Interesting. Alpaca Airways, what are you doing? We'll leave the door open. The doors are all modelled now, so these all open and close. Now, obviously, the quality of the cabin, it's okay, you know, it's not super nice, but it has a full cabin and cockpit. There we are, on top of the hump. Sort of just about to see engine number 1 over there. Down the famous spiral staircase. Whee! There we are, first class. And the nose. Don't they say in the 7.4 that when you're coming into land you can actually see the runway straight ahead if there's a bit of a crossing on one of the sides from the first class? The champagne ready to be served. Actually, you flew on the upper deck with Lufthansa the other week. Unforgettable experience. Very, very cool. They do a lot of flights to Palma and places like that on the Jumbo, don't they? Ooh, there we go. It's a nice sight. The layout on this is 388 seats. Very nice. It's a basic cabin, but it's all right. That's a lot of wine on this flight. What would a typical Brazilian drink? I don't think there's many sectors between Brazil and Sierra Leone, but I don't know what would be typically flown. There's some toilets. Always loud at the back, isn't it? Cabernet. I don't know much about wine. Oh, and some vodka. Don't know. I have flown on a 7.4 as a passenger. If you go right to the rear of the plane and look back, you can often see the contrails coming out the engine. I think I've actually managed to stick my head outside the plane. There you go, look. What a beast. Anyway, we'll head on back to the business end. Caprina is the national cocktail of Brazil, is it actually? Stratocaster, no doubt the 747 does have a crew rest area. Where it is or if it is even modelled on this, I don't know. Yeah, Frankfurt to Palma. I'm pretty sure I've seen a Lufthansa 747 in Palma de Mallorca. Need some Boeing adjustments. Yes, we need his magic touch. John Mark, flight deck, are you on Steam? If so, what is your friend code? It's very kind of you to, sort of add me as a friend, but I don't. I won't be adding, subscribers or viewers of the channel on Steam, I'm afraid. Whee! Here we go. Looks like Jim's not touched anything. There's the door. They need to add a slamming sound effect like they do in the Builds aircraft. You close the door and it just goes boom. Kai Pyrenia. Thanks Lauren. Don't know, see, no, stick your head in the overhead bins. You might be able to see the crew rest area. Brilliant. That's the best. Does the Max and the NG same feeling whilst hand flying? I've flown about 150 hours in the Max now, and honestly, like hand flying, sort of climb out, descent, I can't really tell the difference. One thing though about the Max though, it is on another level slippy in comparison to the NG. Like the NG is a slippy aeroplane. The Max, we have short field performance Maxes. They are incredibly difficult to manage the energy. You can find yourself on base leg final, and if you don't configure appropriately, it's really hard to slow down. Flap 5 with the short field package, the leading edge flaps only go to the full extended position beyond flap 25, so you lose a little bit of extra drag from flap 5 through to flap 10. So yeah, it's very slippy, and also taking off and landing seems to be easier in the Max. I really don't know why. It seems to be easier to judge the rotation rate and flare. So yeah, I really a lot of people ask me, which one do you prefer? So I've been flying the NG a bit more recently, and it's always nice to go back in it. I've spent 12 years flying it, so you're sort of more familiar. But when I then go back into a Max, it's so much quieter, both for the crew and the passengers. It's just a nicer environment. I know Domino is seeing it. Base leg, Bob said base leg. Brilliant. Jun Vuk says there's an amazing freeware sound pack for the 742. Better than the default sounds. They're not that bad for default sounds. Quite like them. Oh my god, it's put some clouds in here over the Atlantic. Well done, Active Sky. Perfect. So airborne now 45 minutes, 3.5 hour flight. So 2 hours 45. 2 hours 45. No, let me sort this out. 3.5. 2.5. 2 hours 45 to go. So I'll probably have a break. Just trying to work out. Yeah, probably a break in about half an hour. Or how long is it to our next waypoint? See, we're routing direct to Bugat. Bugat's in 12 minutes. Yeah, I'll probably have a break at Bugat, guys. It's 15 minutes or so. Piero, did you see the 7-3N driver has moved over to Airbus? I had seen. I don't know how he knocks out videos every 10 videos a week. I just don't know how he does it. I just don't have the time. I'm flat out flying or busy doing other things. Incredible. How can a pilot tell if it's in clouds and icy conditions during night? Great question. You can turn the lights on. That's one way during VLOOK, and you can see the sort of any visible moisture. It's the easy way, and also the strobe lights. Once you're in sort of visible moisture, sort of catch the corner of your eye. So that's usually the first sign. And then sometimes on the 7.3 we've got little lights here in the cockpit. You might have to shine one of those up at the wiper to actually inspect the windows. $777, we had some 35 years ago a flight with Swiss from Zurich to Cord. Is that O'Hare? We had rented the upper deck for our group. Unforgettable. Wow, amazing. Emre, why I'm not seen as a sub here? You are. Yes, you are a member, aren't you? I don't know. Has it timed out by it, maybe? Anthony, the Airbus has a probe which is located between the windscreen, which can indicate icy. Yes, I've seen it. The little thing that sticks out. She-Dog, have you flown on a 7.8? Is it nice? I have been on a 7.8. I went to New York 6-7 years ago. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Great experience. Scotty 2, good afternoon. I mean, I'd say if you go to Madeira at all ever, maybe. We do go to Madeira, but I've not been to Madeira myself, so I'll try and answer your question though. Does ATC have final say on who could approach? So Madeira is quite a unique airport. We've been Cat C, requires specific training, simulator training, dedicated training. So you wouldn't really want to divert there if you haven't been cleared unless it was an absolute emergency. But if it was a scheduled flight, you'd have yeah, no problems at all. Josh Hicks, I was on a Max recently to Budapest. The climb performance seemed insane. Felt like it was an empty NG. Yeah, they're very powerful, these engines. Well, I say very. They produce 27,000 pounds of thrust, as opposed to 26. And at low altitude, such a high bypass, they do produce a lot of thrust. But at higher altitude, the thrust actually, the amount of thrust available, I think, deteriorates in comparison to the NG. Now, an engineer explained to me it's to do with the amount of cold stream bypass. A lot of the thrust goes around the engine compared to the CFM, so it effectively produces less thrust at higher altitude, because the climb performance in the Max is worse above 30,000 feet in comparison to a comparably loaded NG. No, Siri. No, Siri. I'm not talking to you. Taylor, did you see the touchscreen FMC retrofit for the NG and Max? Yes, someone did send me a message about that. I think all the Max, the new Max 10s coming out from Boeing, once you get certification, are going to have these touchscreen FMCs. Me personally, not a fan. I quite like the sort of feel of the conventional FMC and the straight buttons, but well, won't have much choice. End up flying a Max 10. Did you guys hear my Siri? It does go off quite a bit when I'm streaming. Uros says, have you done any manual adjustments to make your X-Plane shadows look less jagged? Looks much better than mine. I've done absolutely nothing. This is stock X-Plane 12. Stefan here, buttons over touchscreens. Will the touch be any faster response time? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I mean, obviously a lot of aircraft have touchscreens. Doesn't the 7.8 have touchscreen FMCs? So, the technology's obviously there. It's going to get everyone's greasy mitts on it though, aren't they? Well, not much to see out the window. It's like across the pond, isn't it? About to be airborne after 1 hour 45. I can't believe the flight time. 3.5 hours to go right over the Atlantic Ocean. Which I think we've got a step climb at some point. So 370, it wants us to go up. So 2 hours 4 minutes, 350, 3 hour 1 minute. We're at 370, but it hasn't generated a step climb. So what we can do, we'll have a look at these tables. We'll climb up when we can. So 37,000 feet, gross weight, ISA, temperature. So we're looking at the flight plan. See it. +8, so I've got a +10. 370 plus 10, so that is 282 tons. We're already less than that. Let me just get the winds at 3.7, because we might do a bit of an earlier step climb here. If the winds are more favourable, we'll go up. We're approaching Bugat, so let's have a look at the winds at Bugat. Definitely light enough to go up. Bugat 350, 370. Okay, this wind's 2 knots better, so there's not really much stopping us going up. They sort of drop off a little bit later, then go up again. I think we'll step climb up to 3.7, save a bit of fuel. So let's see what the flight plan performance impact is if we go 2,000 feet higher. So if we go 2,000 feet above, no information available, of course, but if we go lower, we'll burn an extra 700 kilos of fuel. It'll be a 1 minute... Oh, 1 minute earlier. Oh no, is it? No, plus it's quicker, I think. Would this be ETOPS in the 7.3? Yeah, my operator, we couldn't do this because we're not ETOPS certified. We've got to be within 1 hour's flight time of a en route alternate. So if you're flying a 7.3 here, you need an en route. Oh, well, no, you need to be ETOPS certified. Now, what we'll do, guys, we'll get to Bougat and then we'll do a step climb. Fuel time check at Bougat, step climb for the oceanic sector. We should be there in 4.8 minutes. It is a beast of an add-on, this, isn't it? It's got these PA buttons, but I think on the first flight I managed to do something. What if I push 5?
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Oh, no.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
There's something that you can do to set this up, and I never remember how, but to get it to interact with you, so when you're landing and taking off, it'll do the PAs automatically. Antony, as a future commercial pilot, I think I'll stay away from touchscreen planes. I think it's going to be more and more difficult to do that, though, because a lot of the flight training schools now, they all have Cirruses, they all have modern avionics packages with the full avionics suite on it, which is, you know, far more than you get even in a 7.3. Which is fine, because that's sort of the way aircraft are going anyway. Look at new aircraft coming off the line, but yeah, for my IR, we weren't even allowed to use GPS. The aircraft had GPS, but they disabled it. They put like basically a post-it note over it, because the GPS had the radio, but the nav feature, they just put a post-it note on the GPS. It's like a 530, I think it was. So we could use COM1, obviously, in the nav aids, and it was all conventional navigation. The NDB approach how to fly was push the head, pull the tail with DME, as was the ILS. List when you have to use them in order. 1 is when boarding is complete, 2 is to close doors before push, 3 is before takeoff, 4 is before landing, and 5 is to unarm slides. There you go. Where did you find that? Because I didn't look that up. Can you start it when you've been en route? When you're en route, though, was it too late? Taylor, just imagine using the touchscreens during turbulence. Well, I mean, you could argue, yeah, pressing buttons as well. And so, yeah, the GNS 430 in my Diamond was hidden by my flight instructor. Oh, okay. Hi, Pascal. Tips for learning to fly. I'm learning an airport which is all grass, and taxi is quite scary to me. Also done around 10 hours. Don't feel ready for solo yet, especially radio comms. You'll get your confidence up there, Pascal. I did my PPL on an all grass strip, and I certainly remember, like, the takeoff landing technique, you had to hold the stick back, didn't you, so you avoid putting weight on the nose wheel. I mean, I'd really struggle if I was to jump in a Cessna tomorrow and land on a grass strip, because I've not done it for years. But no, just keep talking to your instructors. For radio comms, is there a suite of packages you can perhaps buy and practice RT? I'm pretty sure I saw something when I was doing it. I don't know where you're doing your PPL either, Pascal. There's certainly a lot of useful information available online these days. Stephen, I think there's some value to learning things to do things the old-fashioned way. My entire college advanced maths education It's been no calculators allowed. Ouch. I'd struggle with that. Possible fakes. It's at Goodwood. Goodwood where? Not Goodwood, Arizona, where I did my CPL. No, because that's a large international, well, not international, large airport. A bit confusing getting around on the ground for me. You'll get there, buddy. Right, anyway, look at this. Approaching our waypoint in 0.4 minutes, 3 miles away. There we are, Bugat. And then en route, there's where we cross the equator. There's not many streams where we've crossed the equator, guys. And when we get to Bugat, as I said, we'll do a step climb up to flight level 370. You can see the aircraft's now turning. Inbound from Bugat. Now inbound to 030 North, 022 West. Right then, let's do our step climb. So 370. See the pressurization changing. Ooh, diff pressure's quite high. So you can see the cabin rate of climb's going to climb. That will reduce the differential pressure, which is good. There we are. Let's go to 37 then. So out hold. 370. We're going to go to Mach hold. Select EPR. Turn on the auto throttle again. There we are. So it's now going to set climb thrust. Outsound, the aircraft's going to maintain Mach 85 in the climb. With EPR climb thrust. Fuel flow will have increased slightly. There we are, look, we're burning 18 tons an hour now. Full climb thrust. VV should be interesting when crossing the ITCZ. Yeah, so I think I checked the en route charts. It's going to do thunderstorms and all that jazz, but it's just not being generated in X-Plane 12, unfortunately. Yeah, look at this. This chunk of airspace we're in here. Look, there should be isolated embedded CBs up to 480. You never get any of this in Europe. Look at this. Isolated CBs up to 520 here. But nothing. It's completely clear. I just don't think they're generated. I mean, are there actually any storms here? I'd have to look online, but there should be some clouds. Stratocast. Yeah, what's our winds? Great question. Let's have a look here. We'll do a check first. So we've just passed Bugat. There should be 242 at 25. And they're 261 at 26, so not far off. About 18-20 degrees, and wind's about the same. So it's what I'd expect. Crawling up to 37,000 feet. Yeah, Sky certainly is working 100%. Active Sky is on. It was depicting there. I've got the X-Plane weather to off, like clear. It's just over the ocean. It did this on test sectors as well. But it seems to be reading METARs quite accurately. Now, if I actually fire up Active Sky, the app, let's see what it says. Let me just so I can share my screen with you. There you go. So there's my Active Sky settings. You can see, look, current conditions 106 at 11, 10k, no clouds, 27 degrees, 1011. Where or how it's deciphering that information, I really don't know. I really don't know. Oh, look on the map page. Hold on, let me do that. Let me just get Active Sky back up. There we go. So, how do you get it to overlays, clouds? Well, I can't see any. Does it take a while for it to be sort of written into the sim? Oh, look, precipitation. Ah, okay. So it's showing some things here. Interesting. So how's Active Sky going to generate that? Interesting. So there's look, clouds there, precipitation. So it's loaded in that. Is that guys have a look at the satellite image, see if there's a cloud there. But it's certainly got areas of rain and precipitation modelled. Wind. Oh, you put a fly plan in. So yeah, the sim brief, I fetched one from sim brief. It completely read it incorrectly. It was ridiculous. So I've just done a straight line from A to B. So fly plan's in. Look, but I generated the sim brief one, which I usually use, and it didn't work properly. It was some crazy routing. Oh, hold on. I need to fly an aeroplane. Decimal 85 Mach holes. There we go, auto throttle to Mach. It's just levelling off here at 370. Yeah, I know, Antonio, it's an interesting one. Did you update the air rack? On what, Alex Underpass, in the sim? I think I've got an updated air rack in Active Sky. Oh, maybe not. No, I don't think I've done that updated via... is that for the routing? Maybe that's why. Yeah, I'll do that then after... I'll get the Navigraph uploader set to Active Sky. No, I don't think I have. That's probably why the routing's not worked. But it shouldn't make much difference, should it? If I'm using ASXB and just a straight line like I put in here. I mean, it's not really that different, is it? So all I've done, look, is from A to B, and I'm pretty much doing that anyway. No. Cool. Harry, hello. Do you know if there's much progression with airlines regarding changing job positions, for want of a better word, such as from ground crew to pilots if already qualified? Yeah, there's opportunities like that. You know, a number of first officers I've flown with, and or I've met in the past, were ex sort of cabin crew. One of my best friends is captain now. He used to be a ground handler as well years ago, but it wasn't sort of within the company. It's sort of they had to go and do their own flight training. Cool. Right, guys, as I said, I'm going to go have a quick break now. So it's a slightly longer stream, but almost reaching the 2-hour mark. I'll come back in, if you don't mind, about 15 minutes. Just go stretch my legs, take dog out for a quick wee, make sure he's all okay. He's asleep behind me. And I'll be back at, look at that, 15:45 Zulu. 15:45 Zulu. So I'll pop you in that iconic view, and I'll leave the map up so you can monitor our progress as we fly along. And I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Cheers, guys. Hello. Thanks for your patience. Nice little break there. Stretch my legs. Jack's been out for a whiz. And we're back in the cockpit the 747-200. Won't be long until we are halfway to Africa from South America. About a third of the way here. We cross the equator. Not in the not too distant future. There it is. Look, coming up there. I'd say it's just after halfway from this sector between Bougat and 030 North 022 West. Looking at the flight plan between the two, so it reckons between an hour. Where's the Dakar FIR boundary? That's a while off actually. Hour 22. Just trying to work out when we're going to cross it. 56 to 2 hours for about an hour and 35 minutes into the flight. We'll cross the equator, which is pretty cool. We'll do another fuel time check. So if you've just tuned in, hope you're all doing very well. We're in the Felis 747-200, flying across the Atlantic Ocean in the shortest distance possible between the two major continents of South America and Africa, going from Recife in Brazil to Freetown in Sierra Leone. Flight time 3.5 hours in the jumbo jet. Really doesn't take too long. Let's have a look here in chat. Hello Yaroslav, he says hello Cap, hope you're doing well. Polska, what's the longest flight you've done? From Tenerife to undisclosed destination Scotland, and flight time was around 5 hours and 15 minutes. Very strong headwinds. Lauren, I had my back to the computer. That genuinely frightened me slightly. Hello. Oh yeah, where's the ChatGPT business? I've seen this a lot in the news. Some sort of cheating thing for university students. Atlantic Jet 001, have you missed anything? No, it's been an uneventful flight so far. We've not had any serious issues. We've had lovely hand-flown departure raw data. And as I was just saying, we're almost, we're just over a third of the way now. Pretty cool. Oh yes, the crab emojis have come out in chat. Flight Dispatch 20, very well, thank you. Hope you're doing very well as well. As I said, good afternoon, Dave, off from work. Thought I'd join in. Oh, welcome on board. Yaroslav, currently in a train going to spend the next 12 hours here. Ouch. It's a long train journey. Where are you going? Perfect. Got to watch Crossing the Equator. Have I actually ever crossed the equator on a live stream before? I don't think I have. I'm having a look at the Flight Data Sim map. Link for this is in the... oh no, that's not the Flight Data Sim map. That's the Microsoft Flight Sim... it's quite a cool map actually. It shows you where all the Microsoft Flight Sim updated airports are. This is my map. If you haven't seen this, the link for this is in every video description of my streams, but I'm just trying to see, have I actually crossed the equator before? These are all the previous streams. So today, and I'll update this later, we're flying from Recife here to Sierra Leone. That's the sector we're doing today. And looking at that... oh, maybe we have crossed the equator on this stream. Every single one of these is clicked and linked, you can watch the video. We went from Quito to Peru in the Microsoft Flight Sim CRJ. Pretty cool. Look, Africa does not have much love for flight sim. It's just because there's not many events there and things like that. I've done a lot of streams in Europe. Sort of Dubai. Looked at a few from Dubai. What was that? Oh, Delhi. I think we did had some event there. Not much in Asia. A little bit in Australia and New Zealand. The US has had quite a few streams. Look. Not my first Atlantic. I've done a few Atlantic crossings. My first ever Atlantic crossing in a live stream was across the pond, Dublin. It's one of these ones. Dublin JFK. Done. You can search every single stream I've done. WJFK, the 737. That was my first ever across the pond stream. 5,000 kilometres, probably about 9 hours. About 2,000 kilometres more than what we're doing today. Why nothing in North Korea? Atlantic's loving this, none of this glass rubbish. There you go. Yeah, proud of it. I just update it every usually after every stream, but yeah, a lot of people have viewed it. 151,000 views. It's gone. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing there, Ricky Rios. Welcome aboard, Rios. I'll try to spot the equator crossing. Someone from Greece said, "How do you fly without FMC? I want to learn to fly classic airliners." YouTube's your best bet. There's an excellent YouTuber who's an Airbus captain called Reflected Reality Simulations, I think it's called, and he's got a very good set of videos on the Felis 747, which I referred to when I was learning this jet. I mean, you can feel free to play back any Felis 747 stream I've done, and you know, I've set it up based off checklists and guidance I found out online. And every time I jump in this aircraft, it doesn't take me too long to sort of get up to speed of it. I'm absolutely not 100% proficient, but I can get it safely from A to B, and configure the aircraft so we don't die. So that's what's reassuring for all my virtual passengers here. William Bosch, I was reading up on INS, very interested, but one thing I don't quite understand is how does the INS get its initial position? Well, you enter your coordinates of your present position using the chart, and then it uses gyroscopes, accelerometers, and the rotation of the Earth to work out your position. So you'll find it on all airport charts. Look, we started on stand 10, and you'll find the coordinates there. You insert that into the INS. Once the alignment's complete, it knows where you are. It's pretty cool. Not long until we cross the equator. Must actually put some clouds in the sim now, Active Sky. Just fire up that utility again. So here's my Active Sky. So clouds, where's that precipitation depiction? Oh, it doesn't seem to be depicting any precipitation now. Maybe it takes a while for it to load in. A critical error has occurred. Oh, we've lost Active Sky, guys. Alright, let me just fire it up. And then we'll get live weather back in the sim at least. There is already an existing session. Okay. Do you want to disconnect the one? Yes. Please don't crash my sim. Oh, it's loading it now. That reminds me, I better save it in case I crash something here. There you go, I've saved the flight. Right, that's loaded back in now. Perfect. Yes, not done any crazy changes. Right, I just put the flight plan back in. SBRF to Golf Fox Lima Lima. We're at 37,000 feet. Yeah, Active Sky's back on now. Whoops! That's good. Please don't crash on my sim. What beta version of Active Sky are you running? The latest version, Robert S. The release candidate version. Yeah, release candidate 1. Release candidate 1. Hi, Robert S. Hope you're doing well. Stranicast, I hope we get some good winds and storms on the approach and landing. Let's have a look. I think the latest weather conditions aren't too bad. TAF does have thunderstorms forecast within our ETA. The airport's called Lungi. Right now it's nice though. Winds from the west, so we can expect the DME ARC, which I'll brief you on later, onto ILS 30. 30 degrees, 1008s. Oh no, it's actually no longer thunderstorms. They've got CBs forecast from tomorrow, so it's actually going to be nice for the rest of the day. How's the 7.4 FPS wise? Now, it used to be very good POSCO up, but it's certainly a little bit more intensive than other aircraft now. Bear in mind I'm over the middle of the Atlantic. I'm hitting 40 FPS here. Yeah, 40. You know, other aircraft like the Mod and even the Dash 8, which used to be quite FPS heavy, I'm getting 60 FPS, which I've frame locked it to. So yeah, about 40, 45. So I think, I don't know, more optimization required, I don't know, but it used to be very FPS friendly. It used to be using a little bit more FPS now, but quite fortunate to have my rig can sort of deal with it, so I don't have any sort of performance issues on my PC. Yeah, stuff. What rudder pedals am I using? I've got Logitech 3D. Oh no, sorry, Cytec. The Cytec ProFlight rudder pedals, but I don't use the brakes. Don't like them. Just the rudders. Use a trigger on the yoke for brakes. Daniel 13, will you be doing a failure every 10 minutes anytime soon? I love the 747-200. Why do people keep asking me to do those streams? They're hard work. Would you guys like me to do another one? In fact, I'm going to do a couple of PMDG ones. I want to just do a regular flight at the PMDG, sort of an updated test flight, because a lot of people want me to provide feedback on any bugs or issues. I might try out GSX Pro. I might buy it, just have a look, because I think it'd be quite fun just to test it out. I certainly remember seeing it when I used to sim years ago, when it was out for FSX or one of the older sims, and it looked around and I was like, oh, I'd love to have that, but I think it's pretty stable now in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Alright, and then once we've done that, we'll do another failure stream. Little hair I have left will fall out. Yeah, because I think when GSX came out, it was a little bit buggy in Microsoft Flight Sim. It's funny to watch, to be honest. Yeah. So I guess with GSX, I've got to find an airport where it's all working correctly to fly between two. Because I sort of would do it as a stream to show off GSX, so I'll probably have the aircraft set up, ready to go, and then we can sort of see the boarding process and things like that. Pushing the pros under load is fun, that's why. I'm under load all the time when I'm streaming, especially an aircraft like this on the approach and takeoff. Not long until the equator now. Oh, look at it counting down. Oh yeah, look, there is the equator. The equator. And then we're entering Atlantico airspace afterwards. Or crossing Atlantico into Dakar. Sorry, Dakar Oceanic. That point should be at 2 hours. Is it 1 hour 35? Where's my timer? Yeah, 1 hour 35. Oh, it's counting down. PMDG has a worse turning circle than Jerry Clarkson's red limo on Top Gear. Especially when taxiing. My PMDG, I mean, the big issue is when you're flying single engine, the autopilot just can't do it. You can't turn. It will turn, but it can't accept localizers. Hello, someone says finally able to catch you live. Hello, what was your first sim? Were you simming before becoming a pilot? Yes, and my first sim was FS 2002. The one with the Cessna Caravan on it. I think it was the expert version. The expert version. Yeah, I had the Cessna Caravan on it. And then I had my actual second sim was Microsoft... no, the Combat Flight Simulator 3. The World War II Theatre of Europe, where you could be a gunner. That was pretty cool. Right, we're approaching the equator. We don't cross the equator very often on streams, look. Can we get a countdown? We're watching, it's going to probably crash or something. Oh, there we go. Less than a second to go. Well, on the latitude. Here we go, crossing the equator now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. North! There we go, we've just crossed the equator. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now in the northern hemisphere. Welcome back for me. Where's my... yeah, here we go. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Hold your breath. Oh dear, we did it. We did it. It's like New Year's Eve. Toilet's not spinning the other way. Brilliant. There we go. You can see it just here. And now we'll do another fuel check once we get to this position here. I think that's 003 north, 022 west. Perfect. No, we didn't blow up, wings haven't fallen off, everything looks A-OK. How far away from the Greenwich line? Quite far. Uh, 025 degrees west. Does the Felis 747 have an autosave situation now? It does, Robert S. I have actually disabled it because I wasn't sure how it worked, but the manually save slots work very well. I've done one on the test sector, I saved it on approach, and I could reload it, and pretty much all of it was configured. I think the auto brake kicked out, but speed thrust, it sort of jumps to that situation, but then you can just carry on. Very good. Have you given across 00? I wouldn't know if I have, Martin Keel. Probably been quite... well, no, I would never have, unless I was on a holiday. It's going to be so in the middle of Africa, isn't it? My bucket list is to cross the equator whilst joining the Bike Mile High Club. VV, a lot of people have aspirations, bucket lists. That's one I've never heard of before, and I don't think I'll ever hear of again. Brilliant. Sometimes I have to remind myself to read the comment before reading it out aloud. Let's go. Yes, we've never crossed. I don't think we've ever crossed the international date line on a stream before. No problem, Chris. Everyone's making toilet references. Even Anthony, we were toilet now, sports clockwise. Brilliant. Does this model have flushing toilets? Yes, the #1 request and requirement for any premium add-on. I don't think it does. I don't think it even has model toilets. Or toilets in the back. Unlike the excellent Dash 8, where we were flushing away last stream. Perfect. Well, I'm trying to work out where top descent is. Hour 39. It should be about 3 hours into the flight. So about an hour 20 to go. It's gone really quick. You're almost halfway. Programmer just about to start my instrument rating. Any tips? God, I want to do my instrument rating. End of 2000. I don't know. Started at the beginning of 2011. Well, best of luck. That's all I can say. But I mean, I don't know what useful information I could provide. I don't know what aircraft you're flying on, but there was an excellent program I used when I did my instrument rating called RANT XL, RANT-XL, and it was sort of like an instrument click and drag sort of instrument flight simulator. You know, not like there's no cockpit or anything, but it just sort of gave you your basic 6 instruments, and it allow you to practice flying approaches using just basic navigation. So you had your HSI, CDI, ADF receiver, and it was very useful to practice IFR flying. So I don't know if that's still available. RANT XL. Joshik says clearly still an alpha state if they don't have flushing toilets on the model. Brilliant. Astrid says yes, I heard I heard about this. Both the default Boeings in Microsoft Flight Simulator are getting updates, aren't they? Now, obviously, they're not going to be sort of payware or high quality renditions, I don't think. But we did a default flight in the 747. Yeah, of course, it was well off what you'd get off a real 74, but you could get it from A to B. So, we'll try it out. I think it'll be something different to look at, won't it? This, as of today, though, is my current my favourite 747 add-on. Warlad said beta versions just dropped for the Microsoft Flight Sim aircraft. Or what are you referring to there? Josh X, the coolest part of the 7478 is the Microsoft Flight Sim. Is the live maps on the displays were super cool with the taxiways and stuff detail. That is pretty cool. Yeah, I do vaguely remember seeing that. Oh, the 74 and 78. Well, I'll try that at next earliest opportunity, but it won't be until next week. Yes, I'm flying the next 2 days. If I don't get called today, that is. On Friday and Saturday. Sunday I've got members stream and a sim race in the evening, hopefully. And then, yeah, maybe I'll look at that on Monday or Tuesday. M3 Telly, would you say better than the PMDG74? I've never ever flown that, but I think that's pretty good, the one in prepared. Josh X, any new planes you're thinking of flying? I don't keep at the add-on news. I do have a feed to a couple of Flight Sim news websites and the members Discord. I do sort of see what's around. I think Just Flight hopefully will be releasing their Fokker soon, so that's sort of on my radar, and they're about to release the RJ as well, the RJ Avro. So those are a couple of aircraft from Just Flight. Something that's really stuck up. I know X-Crafts have released early access or beta
50,
for their
40,
aircraft as well.
30, 20.
Thank you, Kator, for the $7.47. See what you did there. Very, very kind of you. What have you got to say here today?
This is Dodgy Dave. I was the one who worked on the head before takeoff.
Come again. Kator, thanks for the $7.40. This is Dodgy Dave. I was the one who worked on the head before takeoff. Kator, you're going to have to... What? I don't know what you mean. Thank you very much, Dodgy Dave, for your donation, /Kator. You worked on the head before takeoff. I don't get that, but thank you very much for your donation. Appreciate it. Fox Golf Lima Lima, is that the Heathrow of Sierra Leone? Well, I think it's their largest airport. Their IK code is very similar, isn't it? What other add-ons are there anyway coming up that you would like me to sort of fly? I'm always thinking of different ideas, but I sort of was yearning to fly the Felis 74 again for a while. You heard Joshix. Head equals toilet. I've not heard of this slang. Is this some sort of American slang? 2 tons in Kator. This is Dodgy Dave. I was the one who worked on the toilet before takeoff. Okay, that sort of makes a bit of sense now.
50, 40.
I've never heard of that
30,
saying though. Oh, no donation.
20,
Thank you very much, Luke
10.
Zupad, for the $8. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. From Australia.
Thanks for another great stream, mate.
Thank you.
Have to go now. Talk soon. Have a great flight.
Cheers, Luke. Thank you very much for popping in. Really appreciate that. We'll hopefully have a safe remainder of the sector. So I can't even speak today. We'll hopefully have a safe flight for the remaining time of the sector. And it still doesn't make sense. You know what I mean. Thank you very much for popping in. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sir. Bye-bye. So, head. Maybe it means that he is the one responsible for the toilet not flushing. Maybe. But I've never heard of that saying before. It's a naval term for lavatory. I've never even heard of it. Sorry, excuse me, Kator, for that. But you learn something new every day. Martin, speaking of ideas flying, I was going to say Innsbruck. Have you ever landed there in real life? I've never flown into Innsbruck in real life. We've done a few streams into Innsbruck, not recently, but been there 3 or 4 times. We've taken my first ever flight there was in an Airbus. Or did we take? No, we've definitely taken a Zebo mod. We've definitely taken an Airbus A320, and I've definitely been there 2 or 3 times. So I don't know what else I've flown in there. across the pond east with PWG 737 max failures. Now I found my limit with the max failure streams. It's sort of 2 hours. Anything over 2 hours, you won't make it. I've sort of left it on for 2.5, and that's it. You get to a point where the failures are you can't actually do anything about it. Oh, hello, Active Sky. Welcome to the party. Let's add some clouds. Drawing them in like overcast. Let's making it nice and dark in the cockpit. 2 tons, the more you know. Martin, I dream of soaring in the Alps. That's awesome. I'd love to do that too. Shaman, what's the worst failure emergency you've had to deal with in real world? I've never had anything serious. The sort of worst I've had is I'm still an FO. Was we lost the electric stab trim. You can still trim manually, but we had to disconnect the autopilot. It was on in the descent anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. But it was a non-issue. Don't have to declare an emergency or anything. Just a hand fly. And nothing. I've had a technical issue that's caused us to divert. Again, nothing serious. It was more an operational decision because had we landed at our destination, which wasn't a base, the aircraft would have been grounded. Contacted the operations department. They said, look, we've got a spare aircraft available at a base. Could you land there with the passengers, swap onto this aircraft, and then we can fix it there. So they're the sort of decisions that are made operationally day to day to minimise impact for the airline. But obviously for the passengers, well, most of you guys probably like an extra takeoff and landing, and we're only about an hour and a half late after that. So, but that was not. I've never had to declare a Panama Mayday for anything serious. Vivi, I've almost crashed in the Alps in real life. Oh dear. I hope you're not. I hope you're not a commercial airline pilot by any chance. Tony, how common are bird strikes for an average pilot? I'd say most guys will get 1 or 2 a year. I usually get 1 or 2 a year, and 99.9% of the time they don't cause damage. They just bounce off, getting ejected through the rear of the engine. But if they go for the core, or they cause any dents or dings, you're grounded. Question for you guys, talking about bird strikes. I'll give you a scenario. Alright, you're flying your commercial jet airliner on final approach, and at 1,000 feet you see a large flock of birds ahead of you. You're pretty sure you're going to go through them. Do you continue the approach, or do you go around? What would you do? What's the safest option? Do you continue the approach or go around? Continuing the approach, you will inevitably go through the birds. Going around, you potentially could fly over them. Bit of a mixture there.
50.
Thanks, Tony.
40, 30.
Hope you're doing well,
20,
my friend. My US engineer.
10.
Love the steam-driven instruments, INS and seat of the pants flying. Did Felis model a sextant? Ha ha.
Cheers, Tony. Thank you very much for your donation. Ha ha. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you're doing very well in the US. Yeah, it's a fine add-on, and it is testing the raw flying skills this aircraft as well. I mean, I have the beauty of Navigraph to refer to during the stream, but I'll try and do everything manually later with DB arc and turn the head, push turn, turn 10, twist 10 on the arc. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Thank you. So yeah, lots of answers there. I'd say it's 50-50 continue go around. So obviously go around is the default safest option. However, it is recommended if you're on final approach and you're confident you're going to fly through a flock of birds, that it's recommended you continue the approach. You continue the approach. Now obviously you think, well, that sounds a bit foolish, but when do you think the most damage is going to occur if you were to go through birds? So the lower approach N1, 50 to 60%, or at full go-around thrust. And it's also found that it's not proven, but research has sort of shown, I don't think there's any sort of divided evidence, but when you add thrust and go around, birds tend to fly up, sort of in a panic, so they actually go around. So yeah, the recommended action is to continue, unless with absolute certainty you think you can clear them by going around. Now, obviously, if they said there's some small birds on the runway on approach, you probably continue. But if they said there's a flock of geese, 500 geese, flying through, you'll probably can the approach. But yeah, continue is the default there. Ramming speed continues at KFC Turbo. So the birds should go around. Interesting. Just going from sunny time is more critical than ops. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. To keep by the way, the FAA issued a directive saying that in the case you should open the FO window and fire your gun to scare the birds. Thinking there are 500 geese on the final part of the airport as I'm explaining. Yeah, probably a little exaggerated. The amount you'd ever find there. Hello crew rest, don't need to turn, twist, etc. on an arc. You can put the RMI needle on your 90-degree tick mark. The main HSI can already be set to the final approach. That's what I'm going to do. So the HSI I'll set to the final approach course, and I'll do my best to keep the RMI at 90 degrees, but I'll do 10-degree turns at a time just to sort of do it. I can't do a continuous exact angle of a bank just to keep that at 90 degrees. Is impossible on this aircraft. There's no FMC, so we'll brief it later, but I'll set the RMI or the HSI to the final approach course. It's a 15-mile arc, so we'll fly to the VOR until we're 17 miles away, 2 miles away roughly. Turn onto the arc, and I'll keep the RMI needle around 90 degrees, but turn in 10-degree increments. In Chilvers, genuine question. It's a perfectly legitimate question because I've already read it. If a bird went through the engine, would the cabin smell of cooked chicken via the packs? Yes, I've done it. If you ingest a bird and it goes through the core, it smells chicken. It smells like chicken. You can smell it through the air conditioning system and you know exactly it's gone through the core. And if you've had a bird strike and it has either gone through the core or is suspected to have gone through the core, the aircraft's grounded until it's been boroscope inspected. ATC Bird 001, go around, say again, go around or you will die. Brilliant. Free meal. I've got a picture of when it happened to me somewhere. I'll share it. It's all hanging on the back of the cell. And if you also have an oil leak, it smells like KFC. Unbelievable.
Minimums. Approaching.
Still 110 miles until 003 North 022 West, waypoint number 5. We'll do a fuel check and then we'll be down to Tivod. Thanks SSG Scandi. It's been a month for 28 months trying to think who you are on Discord over 2 years. Thank you very much for the support for all that time. He goes, barbecue. Thanks a lot, buddy. I could rest at 210 knots on a relatively standard arc, say 10-15 miles, which is what we're doing 15 today. I found that a constant 5-degree bank does a good job of keeping your deviations low rather than multiple turns, just my experience. I've not done a DME arc ever, not even during my instrument rating. Can you set an angular bank on the 747-200? I don't think you can, and by no means will I be able to accurately fire a 5-degree arc whilst doing the job of 3 pilots. Well, 2 pilots and an engineer. So I think for the sake of... I can do turn 10, twist 10 in this, and I can't set a 5-degree arc on the automation. Hand flying it, I've got too much to do in this aeroplane. I can't do it. Hello, Paul Hamilton. Can you explain what a circle to land is and when it's used? Yes, circle to land is when you need to fly an instrument approach towards a runway, but you're landing on a different runway. It's typically the reciprocal runway, but it could be on any runway there. And when you get to the circling minimums, you then self-position the aircraft, usually via visual circuit, to position the aircraft to land. I've got a tutorial on it. If you type in Flight Deck Sim Circle to Land, it talks about how to set up for the approach. We've also done a number of streams with Circle to Land. I'll try and find the one we did into, I think it was Carcassonne. Let me have a look here. It was probably the most recent one we did. I found it. I'll let... Oh, I can hear my own voice. I'll share the link to you. And if you guys are interested... When did we stream? It's over a year ago now. Feel free to watch it. I'll put it in chat now. There we go. And so, yeah, I think, yeah, that was one of the... was it? No, St. Martin. I wasn't in the 7.4 then. No, I don't think I've ever taken the 747 to St. Martin. Was it the 727? I think we did turn 10, twist 10. It worked quite well, didn't it? VV, have you ever circled to land in the 737 in real life? I have. Not for quite a while. Not since I've been a captain. There aren't many approaches left where you could do circle to land. What were previously circle to land destinations where typically you would end up having to do a circle to land if the wind was in a certain direction favouring one of the runways. They now have RNAV approaches. They've actually built an RNAV approach. Harry just joined. Looks like he was flying inverted. I hope not. Martin, yeah, I've definitely done it on a stream. Was it 7.2 or the MD-80? I don't know. It was... We've definitely done one on a stream. Oh no! I know where it was. It was the 737-200 into Alicante. We've done a DME arc. For sure. I think I did a whole stream out. And we did turn 10 twist 10. It worked really well. Keep the blue side up. To be fair, over the ocean, which way is that? Ooh, clouds. Oh, it's noisy here. That's the view. Black Dog, what's the weirdest attention-grabbing weather you've ever flown around through cruise in real life? I've flown around quite gnarly weather, but it's just your normal sort of CB activity. One of the worst ever days I've ever seen, or had to fly through myself, was flying into Prague quite soon after becoming a captain, and the weather was atrocious everywhere. There was thunderstorms just literally all over the airport, all over the approach, and the way that ATC dealt with it was actually really good. A lot of aircraft were diverting. We took plenty of extra fuel. We took about an hour's worth because the forecast was pretty poor. And everyone in the approach, what they did, they separated them all by separated us all by 1,000 feet. So someone was at 6,000 and 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, etc., flight level. Because a lot of the holds, they had CBs and thunderstorms over, and they basically said, look guys, we'll cap you at this level, and you vector yourself around the weather, because there was so much weather, there was not a good capacity for the controller. People requesting headings all the time. They said, look guys, everyone on frequency, stick at 6,000 feet, you stick at 7,000 feet, and just do what you need to do to get around the weather. So it was like self-positioning around weather above the MSA, and you know, if you got a bit too far off, they'll give you a vector back. And it worked really well, and they were just peeling off people, whoever's at the bottom, once the weather had gone. So I'd never seen it before. I don't know how they came to that decision to do it, but everyone was 1,000 foot separated, going left, right, backwards, forwards. I looked back on flight radar and it was like, wow, that was a really good idea. But they had about aircraft separated by 1,000 feet in around a 30 by 30 mile square of airspace. But we had to. There was CBs just everywhere. We were like, right, we'll have to just squeeze in. And we were lucky there was a gap in the CB, and they managed to get most of us in, and then it came back over the airfield, and we were stuck there for 2 hours because you can't refuel if there's a thunderstorm over the airport. Which is pretty gnarly. I remember that as well. But I have seen, I can never pronounce them, the clouds. Is it Mammatus? It's like they look like it looks like cotton. If you look on Google for Mammatus clouds or Mammatus clouds or something, they look a bit weird. It's getting very dark. Look, this. How will they fix this? Look, you look outside and everything is so dark in the cockpit. Look down and it gets brighter. Just make it bright permanently. Pain, real pain. 6.5 minutes to our next waypoint for our penultimate fuel and time check. Mammatus clouds because they resemble the pooper. Right. Yeah, I think you're right, Anthony. I don't like it. I don't think so. Does Microsoft Flight Sim do the sort of that cloud effect? I don't know. Well, the eye effect, I don't know. Mad Matt UK says, remember flying back from Lanzarote into Humberside on a Europa 73, did the circles land. The aircraft over the threshold was a tad too high, so the pilot flying squeezed the spoilers open. Ooh, I don't think. Maybe he was turning, or made later on input. You wouldn't be using the spoilers at that stage of the approach, especially if he was at a 7.3. Certainly, it's Boeing limitation. No speed break below 1,000 feet, I think it is, and certainly not greater with flap 15. Josh X, how long till top of descent? Top of descent is going to be around 3 hours into the flight, 2 hours too, so about just over 45 minutes from now. Well, maybe about an hour actually. Martin, happens in real life too, just that your eyes adjust faster. It does, but when you're looking at a flat monitor, it doesn't have the same effect in my opinion. Dead mode, are you familiar with Pansy? Is that Anchorage? Would I have to search the land for runways 25 left, right? I don't know, I'm unfamiliar with the airport. Base Leg Bob, are you going to play Kerbal Space Program today? I'd love to, and KSP2 is so bugged at the moment, it's frustrating. I haven't got much spare time, but I did fire it up again today after a couple of updates they've done. But every time you build an aircraft or a rocket, like, you launch it, it's fine, and then you go back to the VAB, edit it, you come back, and then the wings fall off before you launch it. It's just like, oh, very frustrating. I don't know if KSP2 and X-Plane probably kill my PC. Maybe KSP1. Oh, I might. You should have fire KSP. Oh, I'm so tempted. So tempting. We've got about half an hour until I want to start setting up. Let's just get the fuel check done. Here we'll go from there. Do you have a favourite airport to depart from or arrive into? Malta, Ashton. I do like Malta. It's right day length. I like, you know, we've got a very varied route network at my operator. I'm very fortunate to fly into some sort of very nice mixture of airports. Some very challenging, some sort of comparatively easy. But I genuinely just love it. There's nowhere I really go, oh, I like flying into here or there. Genuinely. Dave being in DC3, which went around at Humberside after a big bounce. We are going back a few decades there. Wow, Dave, what year was that? That's awesome. Basically, well, you've had some frustrating moments too, I can imagine. Have you ever seen a tornado over Europe in the cruise? No, but I have. When I started gliding years ago, there was a tornado near the airfield when we were gliding. You can see the spout coming from the cloud. But the UK, you know, our tornadoes are pretty pathetic. Like those monstrous ones you get in the US. Can continue work on City Skylines for the last Across the Pond stream. I've got a confession. I've accidentally, what is it saying accidentally? I reinstalled some of the games, and I did reinstall City Skylines, and I hadn't had that saved on the cloud. But my plan is to start. I've been saying this for quite a long time on the Airline Pilot Plays channel, a sort of City Skylines episode series, or a series where it is sort of community based. You guys can help me build it and make suggestions, and we try and get up to 100,000 population. And the idea is that, you know, if I get any free time, it wouldn't take me long to just fire up the stream and just do it. Dave, it was late 70s or early 80s. Very, very cool. I'm watching you. Would you ever want to fly long-haul wide-body aircraft? No. I'd love to tick the box, but obviously it's not just about flying the plane, but the sort of change of lifestyle, the stress and pressure of flying, getting a new job, and for me in my life now, and I'm very, very fortunate to say this, and I love flying the 7.3 at my operator, and I've got no intentions of leaving here. It's primarily because my roster, a really nice roster, and I've got a really nice work-life balance. I have sufficient time off on my days off to be, you know, see my friends, spend time with my girlfriend, do a stream. I try and do at least one stream on my days off, and I wouldn't change that for the world, and that's what's important to me. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to have a job I love, and then to stream this in my spare time, and I always am very grateful for that. Yeah, I've certainly in my time when I was an SFI, the amount of people I trained who left my operator, they went to go fly long haul, that actually then came back just because they went, oh, you know what, the grass wasn't quite as green. You know, it didn't. Maybe it just most of it just didn't suit them. The lifestyle. You know, you spend up to a week away from home, and I like being at home every night. I mean, I do occasionally go out of base. Once a month, usually go out of base for 1 or 2 days. Sometimes longer, sometimes not at all. But that's just part of life, and I don't mind doing that. But to answer your question, I'd love to, obviously, but due to my work-life balance, it's something I wouldn't ever see myself doing. Right, anyway, look at that. We've just passed 003 north, 022 west, and we'll do a fuel and time check. And when we approach our next waypoint, Tivod, will be descending, so that's in 57 minutes, so just under an hour. Let's do a quick time and fuel check, though. So again, as I said, if you go over to my Instagram, I've got a picture of this flight plan and our routing today. We're just past ILS waypoint number 5 here. It was route now into 6, which is Tivod. So we should have been here after 2 hours 4 minutes. It's 2 hours 7, so about 4 minutes behind schedule now. Fuel on board, we should have 23.6. Remember, we took an extra 10 tons, so we want to have 33.6, 33.9. Okay, so we saved 300 kilos. Perhaps due to the climb, and we should have burnt 28 tons of fuel. So looking here, let's just say we burnt 7 tons aside, so 7 fours are 28. Look at that, fuel burns exactly the same. So time and fuel checks complete, it's as expected. So we're happy with all of that. Potentially Tim, I'm not going to confirm, nor deny. Yaroslav, that's great to hear, thank you. Tim, you should get No Man's Sky and stream that on the Airline Pilot Place. Now, I did try No Man's Sky on the Xbox because it was free. I got free. What did I get? So I got 6 months free on the Xbox Unlimited Game Pass. I did try No Man's Sky. Now, it was too much going on for me to sort of get into. Bit too sort of not my sort of space style game. So yeah, maybe again, but it wasn't really for me. That airport ground service game you did was really fun to watch. Has that been released yet? I think I've got actually full release to that. Hello, Speedline Grey Stream brings back many memories. My dad was a captain in SAA. Is that South African Airlines? Retired on the 200, did a number of flights with him, spent loads of time in the flight deck. Thanks for the classic streams. That's awesome, Speedline. You're most welcome. I really enjoy flying the classic jets in X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't think Microsoft Flight Simulator has any classic jets, but yes, I love the challenge this poses to me. And what's incredible is, although this aircraft is 60 years old, there's enough familiarity for me in comparison to even the NG. You know, I can sort of jump in this, and as I said, like the before taxi flow, I just follow my operators before taxi flow. So I'm like generators, okay, check the APUs off, air conditioning and pressurization, check that. I do the same flow, and I know where the panel is, and it's 90% the same, just a few other little differences. So I really enjoy flying it. Anthony, I think the biggest appeal of flying long haul is flying some cooler wide bodies like a 777 or 74. Yes, like I said, it'd be really nice to put the stamp in the book, but you know, that's a type rating for 3-4 months. That's a new job interview, relocation. It's a big change. Yeah, exactly, Black Doctor. Diego, I have a question. Where did the inspiration come for Alpaca Airlines? It's not a very long story. I went alpaca walking many years ago, and one of the members suggested that would be quite a cool name for a virtual airline, and I sort of went, well, you know, anyone here that's been watching my channel for all that time know what our first call sign was. Obviously, we use different airlines occasionally, but we chose one in particular, and then we started using Alpaca Airways, and now I'd say it's most of the time I forgot that people recognise VCP as alpaca, and that originates from the Latin word for alpaca. 2 hours 7 minutes flight time and more than 20 tons of fuel. Thirsty boy, absolutely, Tim. That's it. Broadsword. Bravo Romeo Oscar, which is a real airline based. I think it's in Northampton. They've got King Airs, and they've got a 727 actually, an all response 727. Black Doctor, you got a number of alpaca flights planned next winter. Very good. Tim, well, the 73 is also 6 years old. That is true. Oh, you know what? What's my FPS right now? If I go outside, yes, I can crank up the FPS to 60. I might play some KSP 1. Just remind me at 6 o'clock. 25 minutes to jump back into the flight deck. Just in case I have any problems, I'll just save this again. There we go. Oh, I don't run X-Plane through Steam, so it's just firing up there. So, what could we play? City Skylines, Civilization, Transport Fever, Train Sim World, Wreckfest, but I think I'd need to plug in my controller that might mess around with something there. Oh, what did you say, Martin? It probably wasn't that bad. Sorry, Martin, that Nightbot's gone a bit strict. I've read it. I don't even know what's wrong with it. Actually, let's try KSB 2. Should we just try and build? I want to try and build an SSTO, which I've never actually been able to do. I just hope this. No, the problem is KSP 2 though. Absolutely kills the FPS. It's just so bugged right now and unplayable. Train Sim World. Thing is, by the time I fire up, we're gonna have to start setting up for the approach anyway. I've got Among Us, but that's uninstalled. Yeah, I don't have the save for that. Minecraft? No. I've never played that in my life. Yeah, I do need to stream DCS, Tim. I've solitaire. You still need to stream DCS. I know, but it's a very steep learning curve, isn't it? Yeah, I think you're right, Paul. I think it's just a bit too late. If I had another couple of hours, I'd bash out, play another game. But by the time I've got loaded in, set it up, we're gonna have to start setting up for the approach anyway. Oh, you want to do the geography quiz? Let me have a look online. Let's see if there's a quiz we can do. What was that geography one there called? Can we start with easy, please? How about your stream X-Plane 11? Unbelievable. 5 minutes. When time started, it will refill again in 15 minutes. Yes, I think I had paid for it last time, didn't I? Oh Christ! Somewhere in America? The thing is, by the time I've read it, I've run out of time, haven't I? No, that wasn't bad. It's actually Winnipeg. Constant streak. This has changed since we last tried it. Oh my goodness me. So I've seen some videos come up of people guessing that. Somewhere in South America? Oh, I really... Okay. Not too bad. Mexico, Central America. Turkey, I reckon. Oh, Lord, look at that! Is that it? I need to reduce my latency. This looks... Europe, Skodas... Oh, where's that? Oh. Or maybe Eastern Europe. Oh! What language is that? Is that Polish? Prague? Czech? You guys are going Czech. I'll go... Oh, well done, guys. Oh, London. I could get really exact with that one of the bridges, but I don't know which one it is. Not bad. London Bridge. Ooh. Stop sign. Persia's Mercs. Okay, so we're in Europe, I reckon. Spain, Italy, maybe. Oh no! Oh, that's East Europe. Ukraine, maybe? I'm really guessing here. Oh no, awful. Bulgaria, sorry. These are too easy. Yeah, not for me. Oh, what language is that? Oh, there's a famous landmark or building. Been blanked out. Where is this, guys? Belarus. Let's go Minsk then. Who said that? It's Serbia. That's Paris. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm trying to see the sign. Oh, English. Turway zone. Belarus. Where's this? It's somewhere in America, isn't it? Front Street. Market Street. It's United States, but whereabouts? Canada, sorry. Canada, maybe. Okay. I'm literally guessing. I'm gonna go there. Whoops. Philadelphia. Okay, America. I'm thinking. One way, some city. It's got a Tika Shack. Or maybe not America. Adopt a city street. Oh, Charlotte! Whereabouts is Charlotte? Where is Charlotte? Isn't it around here somewhere? I think it's Charlotte. I think it said Charlotte. Oh, not bad. Where's this? Spain? Oh, Portugal. PT. Somewhere in Portugal. Let's go Lisbon. Click. It's Lisbon or Porto, one of the cities. Ooh. San Juan. Where's that? Where's San Juan, guys? I've heard of it. Is it one of the islands? Oh, it's 2. Puerto Rico. 50-50. That was a San Juan the island though, wasn't it? Where on earth is this? Turkey. I haven't got time to work out where. Let's just go with Antalya. You're now a rookie hiker. Masterful. Oh, great. Oh, there's free advertising. Oh dear. Oh, right, I've got to wait 10 minutes to play again, guys, unless I upgrade to Pro, which no doubt will cost a few pennies. Well, there we go. I think I did okay. Oh, that's alright. Thanks for your help, though. You certainly got, I think it's about a 10-second latency here between, what I say and what you hear, and see, vice versa. It's called GeoGuessr VV. And that was easy. To be fair, there were some easy ones there. Well, I can wait 10 minutes. Oh, look at the weather now. It's completely changed. Now, I should think it's because we're getting closer to Sierra Leone. It's sort of reading the weather and interpolating there slightly. But the clouds do look much, much better here. They sort of are a little, textured a bit identically, which is a bit annoying. Where in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think there's a little bit more randomness there, which looks more realistic. But we're certainly in a bit of a cloud sandwich here. This can happen in real life, but it happens more often than not in the 7.3. Luminiferous. There's a free locally hosted open source alternative somewhere. Forgot what it is though. That'd be cool. Anyway, Topson's about 35 minutes away, so we'll start setting up in about 10 minutes from now. Wordle? Are we playing another game, are we? Let me have a look. I have heard of that. Oh, the times. Oh, that looks hard. I did download something for Steam once. Wanted to try with you guys. It's called. I don't think it's installed at the moment. It's called. It's like a one you can stream and get people involved. It's called Marbles on Stream. So basically, it picks people from chat, but I think it's only works with Twitch. So basically, it interacts with people in Twitch, and then you have a marble race, and then whoever wins, you can choose for a giveaway. I think it's quite a cool way of doing it. I'll have a look at it as an option, but I haven't got it installed at the moment. There's Wordle and Wordle. Loads. I think we haven't got much time to fire everything up there. Syntax, there's a debate in the States about lowering minimum hours to 1,000 of combined time to get to left seat of airliners. Left seat. Are you referring to the 1,500 hour requirement in Syntax, or is there another rule? Oh yeah, the right answer. Yeah, you're 1,500. Yes, I think there's. In Europe, I'm one of these included pilots. I started flying with 737 with 250, 300 hours. I've got these 6,000 now, and I've learnt a lot, and I still learn a lot every day. Learn something new, or perhaps I see someone do something differently in the sim, and I go, oh, you know, I'll try that. But you've got to pass and still fly and pass the same type rating, skills test the same. You show you've got the basic ability. I think that experience is sufficient. Isn't there a trend, or didn't they say some findings in America between guys who are high-houred sort of flying instructors? So they had sort of 1,500 hours flying Cessnas, and actually that caused a few incidents in the commercial jets, because flying a Cessna or a GA aircraft is a very different experience to flying a commercial jet airliner. And it said that you can get a lot of bad habits in that time, certainly if you don't get regular checks with an instructor. And when I was doing my hour building, I made sure that every sort of 3 months I had a flight with my instructor. Just said, look, if I've got any bad habits, tell me, and anything you could recommend or do. And something I found very useful in my hour building. But yeah, in the US you've got to do 1,500 hours in GA, and I think hasn't there been a couple of accidents which they've attributed to sort of the amount of experience they had in flying GA aircraft? I don't know, but in Europe and EASA, it's no hour requirement like that. A lot of pilots say they'd rather fly single pilot in MD-80 than a single pilot rated in a C500. Don't know what that is, but I guess it's some sort of light aircraft. We all had bad habits. I mean, I flew with an FO quite new out of line training, about 200 or 300 hours, and we're flying into Germany the other day, and it was quite windy, and it was quite close to his crosswind limit. So we talk about these hours and restrictions. Yes, a new pilot who's just finished his line training at my operator, and if they have less than 500 hours, they do actually have some quite strict requirements. They're called, junior first officers, basically. So if you have less than 500 hours on the 737 at my operator, you can't do any crosswind if the crosswind limit's over 15. The crosswind limit's 15 knots, so if the crosswind's over 15 knots, you can't land. For takeoff, it's 2/3 of the crosswind limiting value, so dry runway 22 and a wet runway. If it's contaminated, they can't land or take off. If it's performance limited, so if you're having to use max auto brake or full thrust for takeoff, they can't take off or land. There's a few other factors as well. So if a first officer has less than 500 hours, they have to tell the commander on report that they have less than 500. So those sort of limitations reduce incidents, because obviously within that 500-hour period you should hopefully be, as pilot monitoring at least, exposed to situations which you wouldn't want to fly in for the first time. So that helps. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it changes. Hello Nathan Dawson, I've actually caught a live stream rather than OK back. Hello. Oh, hello. Vivi says I haven't flown in 4 months GA and going to take an instructor with me next time for sure. Absolutely. It doesn't mean that you don't know what you're doing. It's just good airmanship, I think, to do that. And I did it every 3 months when an instructor just tell me if I got any bad habits. And I had picked up a few, in my building on my own. Absolutely, Anthony. I agree with you there. Some would argue that Europe is more of a challenge to fly in the US because it's more congested airspace. We do have a serious pilot shortage, and it is showing now. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, the US, they have some quite challenging destinations as well, and also some very busy airspace. I think both pilots, FAA, EASA, worldwide, wherever you are, get the sort of same amount of experience flying. But you're right about there being a pilot shortage. That is very true. Now I get you, Nathan. Yeah, playback, no problem. Hi, Martin. By the way, what happens if you're forced to divert so that you can't legally fly both sectors planned? Are you paid less because you don't complete the full flights? Well, it very much depends on the airline, but no, that wouldn't be the case in my operator. Different airlines have different rules. Some have contractor pilots, some have employed pilots. I'm directly employed. I have a basic salary, which is paid every month, and then we get sector pay, which is based off scheduled block time. So if your flight time is less than the scheduled block time, doesn't matter, you actually get paid the scheduled block time. So if you divert, you still get paid the scheduled block time regardless. Here, that is. Aviva is shortage Europe too, or is it just US? Pretty much everywhere, I think. You should get a rice cooker calculator. Cheers, Will. Thanks for the advice. Jake Fox, hello. Captain, does your company have a process of calling out bad habits or similar in the flight deck? I can imagine it can be awkward if you have a word with someone you're then spending a day with. No. You can always anonymously report something, but that's something I'd never do unless there was a serious safety issue, which I've never ever had to do. However, I've found with my experience as an instructor and as a captain now for 4 years, I'm still quite new captain, but I'm happy to share anything I see which I think is worth mentioning. Now 99.999% of people I fly with are very, and as I was when I was a first officer, if a captain had feedback for me, it's positive feedback saying, oh, you did this but try this, or you did that but maybe try that. It was never negative, and I've never been shown any negativity in the simulator when I was an instructor as an SFI or as a captain. I've provided constructive feedback to take forward with them. Now, I flew with a pilot who was quite new in the company, and on the approach he was using the rudder, which does sound quite scary, but it's quite normal. He wasn't using a huge amount, but we're guarding the rudder pedals as PM. He was pilot flying, and there's a little bit of a crosswind, and about 300 or 400 feet started using the rudder to coordinate his turns, which in a Cessna, fine, you do it all the time, but in a commercial jet airliner, you don't want to be using the rudder to coordinate turns. Massive flight control surface designed to counteract an engine failure or to decrab during takeoff and landing. And I just said to him, oh, no rudder, and he was like, oh, sorry. I was like, yeah, no worries. Landed, and I just said, taxiing in, don't forget, don't use rudder, blah, 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 that's the reason. He said, no, yeah, that's fine, no problem at all. And I usually give some tips during the landing flare as well, but, I usually say it in a very open conversation. I don't ask posing questions. I just sort of said, oh, that was not seen it done that way, and most guys are very open to feedback, as I am and as I was, and I still have line checks. We all have line checks every year, and I always get feedback too. So yeah, very, very good question that was. Plane Spotter 28, those are the questions I won't answer. Please respect my privacy in that regard. Source Spitfire, are there any scholarship programs for new pilots? I'd love to be a pilot, but I simply don't have the money for training. I don't know what's available at the moment. And I know it's prohibitively expensive. I mean, I didn't have that money. I had to take out a loan, and that had to be secured against a relative's house, which they were very fortunately willing to do. Yeah, I know the prices have gone absurdly high now. Do you miss outside cam in real life in comparison to The Sims' Washing Extreme? Well, don't really think about it. It's obviously very cool to have in the sim. Let's have a look. There's our beautiful aeroplane. We don't often do. I've had the FPS counter up the whole time as well. Look. There is our beautiful 200, almost made it across the Atlantic in record time. No problem, Plane Spotter 28. Thank you. Yeah, folks always find it interesting to look at the world of CRM and compare it to how we deal with colleagues in business. Lots to be learned, I think in all industries, yeah. Flight December, what age did you start your full flight training? I was 20 years old. Flight Dispatch, what's your thoughts on the touchscreen FMGS? Yes, the new Boeing touchscreen FMC. I mean, I'm not personally a fan, but I'm sure when it comes out on the Mach 10, or if it ever gets retrofitted to our fleet, it'll be fine. Flying gas mask, any tips on calculating top of descent to 742? Yep, we'll go for that shortly. 3 times table is all you need to know. Gabriel Wong, 1991, who made this alpaca livery for you? I think it was Jordan, one of my members. I've got several members that make lots of liveries. If you're interested in downloading the Alpaca Airways liveries, use the command ! Is it liveries mods? I don't know if there's any mods here. Beautiful machine. Do you fly Volden UFOs, 30 or 40 plus? Occasionally VV. I'm approaching my mid-30s. Thanks Edo. Joshix, did you go integrated? I'm seriously debating taking on a loan, but scared to not land a job. There's always that risk, Joshy. I did do integrated. At the time, it was sort of a preferred option for airlines. Certainly not the case anymore. Wonderful. Right, as we've got about half an hour from top of descent, let's start setting up for the approach into, I forgot where we go, Freetown, Sierra Leone, in Africa, West Africa. Let's have a look here. Right, let's just fire up Navigraph C. So you can see, look, we're inbound to Tivod. And what we're going to do is fly a DME arc onto the ILS on the reciprocal runway. I'm just going to get the latest weather conditions for Freetown as well. Feel free to pop that in chat if there's any mods or members that know how to do that here. Last I checked, so I'm just getting an update on the beta. Winds from the west, so yeah, runway 30 is good for us. 10k, few at 1400, 31 degrees, very warm. QNH is 1008, so yeah, weather's not too bad in Freetown this evening. So if you have a look here, inbound to Tivod, we're in oceanic airspace here, then we're going to enter is it Roberts airspace? And then we're going to fly on this airway from Tivod, the Uniform Alpha 572, all the way to the VOR. Now, there are stars into Freetown, but all of them are RNAV based. RMP, RNAV based, can't fly it, okay? RMP 1 required, we're not RMP 1. All of them are RMP1. I can't fly any of these. They're positioning to waypoints where you need to punch the coordinates. Can't do it. So, what we're going to do today, as there's no conventional arrivals either, we're actually going to modify the routing slightly. So you will see here, there's a VOR approach for runway 12. What we're going to do is fly directly towards the VOR and intercept this DME arc onto the ILS, because it extends round onto the ILS here. And it's safe, it's above the MSA, we weren't going to hit anything when it's within below 100 feet, but if we stay on the arc we'll be fine. Now if I overlay this, you'll see, look, we're coming in via Egger, and then 15 DME arc will intercept the 15 DME arc here. Look at that, pretty much at 90 degrees because the VOR is on the station. So what we're going to do, about 2 miles before the arc, at 17 miles, is start a turn. So we keep the RMI at 90 degrees here. And then the distance will come up here as 15 miles. And I'll use this turn 10, twist 10 method. Now, question for you guys. The inbound radial, or inbound course on this radial here, from Tivod, can we see here, is 049 degrees. 049 all the way inbound until we get to 15 miles. Let's call it 050, okay, rounded up to the nearest degree here. When I get to 17 miles on a heading of 050 inbound, what do I want to fly? So I'm flying 90 degrees to the VR. What do I want to turn here? Well, I'll give you a clue. It's a 90 degree turn to the right. What's my first heading going to be? To fly at 90-degree angle to the arc. So we need to remember this. We're inbound 050. We need to make a right turn. What's our initial heading going to be just down the arc? Here, those brains ticking away in chat there. Nicholas got it correct. First one there, 140. Eros, nope, that's the wrong way. 140, 140, perfect, perfect, perfect. So 140, turn at 17, will be around 15 miles when we intercept it. And what we're going to do is this turn 10, twist 10. So I'm going to set 140, see where we are. Are we flying towards the VOR, away from the VOR? Look at the DME and adjust it every 10 degrees. The tail of the needle will be the radial we're on the VOR, okay? And as we fly around, we'll be doing turn 10, twist 10 until we get to 161. Now the good news is, look, at 161 we'll switch over to the ILS chart. And look, it starts again from here, 161. And we're going to do turn 10, twist 10 until we're on a heading of on the radial of 123 degrees. Again, take off 90 for that, for the final turn onto final. So that's going to be 033 degrees. So we're going to be heading 033 at the 123 radial. And once we're on the 123, I'll make a left turn to intercept the ILS. Okay. Now, we talked about descent planning. Alright, let's do a little bit of mathematics. We'll have a look on the VOR approach. Now, if we overlay this... Oops, no, I pressed the print button accidentally. If we overlay this, we're going to be coming inbound on the about 050, so that's the 230 radial. And we want to make sure... What would be a good height here? It's trying to work out the maths here. So 50 miles... I don't want to be at 4,000 feet here. It's too low. You can do it all the way around at 4,000, but it's a little bit inefficient. I'd say we want to be at about 8,000 feet here. Then we can sort of descend 1,000 feet per minute, 7, 6, 5, 4. You know, doesn't need to be sort of idle. We can just sort of do a vertical speed descent. So I set the planning stage, right. I'd like to be at 8,000 feet, 15 miles on the DME before we turn right here. Alright. So let's do some maths. So we want to be at 8,000 feet, 15 miles away. Alright. And our current height is 37,000 feet. So 37,000 feet minus 8,000 feet. We need to lose 29,000 feet. 29,000 feet. I'm making notes of this as well. 29,000 feet. And we want to be at 8,000 feet here. So we add 15 miles because obviously we're basing it off here. Oh, 0321 Stuart, you've already got the answer. 97 miles is correct. Basically, you've got to take 97, subtract the 15. So 97 minus 15 is 112. Times that by 3 is 33,600 feet. It's close enough. But if you wanted to be at 8,000 feet over the beacon, which we don't want to be, you won't include the 15 miles. So I'm trying to work out what I worked out before the stream. 15 miles. I want to be at 8,000 feet at 15 miles. 37,000 minus 8,000 is 29,000 feet. 29 times 3 is 87 plus 15 is 102. It's actually 102 miles, 0321 short. We'll call it 100 for cash. Are you guys still with me? Probably not. About basically 100 miles from the Lungi VOR, we want to commence our descent, and we should be around 8,000 feet at Lungi, based off 3 times height. We'll descend at about 280, 290 knots. There we go. And then we'll do it around here. I'll try my best to do a CDA. Unless ATC comes along and that's him, I'll just request vectors. But you guys probably want to see a DME arc. Gabriel Wong, I would turn continuously as long as the arrow is at 3 knipes line on CDI. I can't hand fly this aircraft, do the job of engineer and first officer and run the checklists, and the autopilot doesn't let you set an angle of bank, or not that I know of, so I have to sort of utilise turn 10, twist 10. I know it's not the prettiest, doesn't have a nice pretty arc on flight radar, but it's practical, and the target is to... What's the IR limits on a DME arc? Is it to stay within 1 nautical mile? I don't know. I would turn continuously as long as the arrow is at 3 knipes line on the CDI. Well, I've never heard of that one, but there's so many different ways to fly it. And remember, I've not done any sort of flying like this. I've never actually flew a DME arc during my instrument rating either. So yeah, now what we're going to do to set up for this approach is have a look again at the chart for the ILS. We can start putting some stuff in here. So the VOR we're going to need initially for the DME arc, so we're going to put 15.5 as active. we'll switch that to the ILS when we're on the intercept heading. So 15.5. Look, I think the needle's already picking up the VOR, a little bit out of range for the DME. There you go, look, pointing towards the VOR already. Actually, you know what? 15.5, and I'll put Jim can have the ILS, so I can it'll remind me what the ILS frequency is. The final approach course, once you get onto the ILS, is 295 on the courses. So we can preset it. Obviously, it's in INS mode here, so you won't see it turn. But we'll preset 295.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
295. 295. Courses are set. Fake said 29 months as a member over 2 years. Just hopping on during a break in meetings. Did we all get the required N2 calls on setup? I see what you did there for your name, N2, again. We had 4 N2s you missed there, I'm afraid. But thank you very much for your continued support as a member. You're always saying N2 in chat when we're starting all the engines. Thank you very much, buddy. Frequencies then are set. Courses are set. MSA 4,100. We'll maintain 4,000 on the arc. That's fine. But if we find ourselves lost and within 25 miles, we'll have to go up to 4,100. Minimums for the ILS, Cat C and D aircraft, it's 335 feet, 245 AGL. So I'll set this to 245 so we get the cool radio altitude call-outs. 245, and I can't actually set a bug here, can I? I can. 346, so we'll put it about there. I'll put both of them there. So that's the minimum set. RVR needed for all the lights, 800 metres. So I have to go around, flap, what is it on the 7.4, flap 20? Flap 20, set go around for us. Gear up, straight ahead to 500 feet, then it's a right turn straight away, max 210 knots to 4,000. And we'll make a right turn, outbound 006 until 15 miles away, enter a hold, or we'll go around and fly another approach. There we go. So, let's have a look at the landing performance. It's a very basic airport here. It's a nice long runway though, 3,200 metres, just a very simple apron. It's all it has. Beyond the glide slope, 2,895 metres available, not including the the flare. Let's have a little. Let's just save this as well, just in case there are any problems. There we go. So performance calculator, landing performance, use current weight. Runway length 3,200, which takes into account the air distance. Elevation is sea level, pretty much 0 feet. Runway heading is 295. No slope, I don't think. I don't think there's any slope modelled in the sim, at least, anyway. Nope. It's going to be dry. Temperature was quite warm. You can see if the warmer it is, the longer the landing distance. 29 degrees. The QNH is... Let me have a look here. Lung gear. 1008. And the surface wind 250 at 9. There we are. And this is giving us all the distances. So minimum order brake 2440. Medium 1858. Maximum 1445. I think even minimum's going to be sufficient. 2440. And then we can just brake manually if we land long. So I'm going to go 2440, order brake to minimum, which is up here. So that's set. And we'll set the bugs, which is based off current weight. So just remind me to update the weights. We'll use flap 30, set bugs. They've updated all the bugs there. The clean speed 235 knots, final approach speed is going to be... VREF 135, so I'll probably fly 140. Oh yeah, 140. So yeah, we are. Performance complete. All done. Ready for descent when we're 100 miles away. The DME's going to come in shortly. And then we can go from there. 520 miles, 17 minutes to go. Aren't we Cat D minimums? Yes, but they're exactly the same. Cat C and D. 3. Oh, sorry. No, they're not. 346. 11 feet. Not much, but you are right. I'll just 245, 246. There you go. I'll give it a couple of turns. There we go. But you're quite right. Can you do a low pass? Not today, M3 Telly. My streams I like to try and sort of keep them as they would be a realistic flight from A to B. I have done a low pass on a stream though in a beluga at Kennedy Space Center. 0321 for sure, you forgot to add the 15 miles. We'll work out quite well, and we'll do an idle idle power descent, see what happens. Good question, Geordie. Does this plane have auto land? It does. Yes. I think you just have to engage the second order pilot and flick it to land. But it does have auto land. And I think it works as well. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for some of you who have been here from the start of the stream. We've been here for almost 4 hours. Long flight today. Much longer than I'd usually do on a sector. Usually keep them below 2 hours. But this is 3.5 hours. But we have, if you've been here from the start, we've crossed the Atlantic Ocean. No cheating. We never use time compression on the stream. Live time, live weather. And look at that. Look at the distance we've travelled. Over the Atlantic Ocean. And approaching the coastline of Africa. Hello, Atlantic Jet. Don't have to use cap, so he's apologised already. All good so far. Getting there slowly but surely. Vanguard's still here. Thanks, buddy. Looking forward to any builds updating their planes to Explain 12. Yes, that would be great. Would be great. I do like the A300. Well, they've done it with Microsoft Flight Simulator. But yes, I think. Members, don't forget Sunday. We've got the group flight, but I think I might grab GSX Pro just because I think it'd be quite cool to look at it. I don't think I'll use it every stream, I don't know, because it's a bit of a, as you've been saying, it's a bit of a faff setup, it doesn't always work. Yeah, joy of a 0.85 cruise, yeah, we're probably 30 minutes further ahead of any, oh no, probably not as far as that, but we'd be 15, 20 minutes ahead of a 7.3 at this stage. Oh yes, Anthony, suddenly the Mercator projection makes it look less impressive. Well, it's not curved either. We might have a few flat earthers here. Look, if I show them this look. Dun dun dun! It is really cool, this Navigraph maps, but look, it's flat. It's very, very good though. It'd be great if they had the terrain in 3D. If you go to the VFR maps. Smart. How long was this distance wise? Total distance. Let's have a look. About 1,500 miles, I think. Yeah, a little longer. 1,600. Nearly 1,700 nautical miles. Basically, well, we need another glider flight in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, we've only done one. It was our inaugural glider flight. We went to Cape Town. It was quite good fun. There were hundreds of you. And the TCAS or whatever was going off. It was really annoying. I couldn't work out how to turn it off. No problem, Gabriel Wong. Yeah, if you're on your IR rating, don't watch me. I've not done anything like this for 12 years. I'll do my absolute best doing it in the simulated 747-200, but turn 10, twist 10 is just easier when you're utilising the automation. Yeah, Spitfire, I did see that SimBrief had the fuel profile for 0.87. I did that on my test sector. The problem is MMO is 0.87, so I was in and out the speed clacker. We've been doing 0.85 the whole way, which is yeah, obviously on the flight plan as well, so the fuel burn's accurate. But it used quite a lot of extra fuel, 0.87. Welcome aboard, Chloe Fleming. Hope you're doing very well. Thanks for subscribing. We'll soon pick up that VOR. 100 miles from around top of descent now as well. We did the approach briefing a little bit early, didn't we? Clara, what's the reserve fuel on the operational flight plan? It is 9.3 tons. That's to get to our alternate of Connor Grey. Up here, look, Golf Uniform Charlie Yankee. It's pretty close. Final reserve, so 30 minutes holding fuel is 5 tons. Yeah, that's not much. That's 30 minutes of fuel left in the 747-200. 30 minutes, just 5 tons of fuel. Oops, sorry. There you go, 5 tons. KFC Turbo, do you have any tips for an overly sensitive rudder on the Zebo and X-Plane 12? No, I don't think I think my settings are on default. I don't know what rudder pedals you use in KFC Turbo. Well, I haven't been called off standby, which is good. Hello Ross, in the 737, why do we put the top climb wind in the average wind? Great question. It's to do with, Ross, the climb speed generated from the FMC is based primarily off your headwind or tailwind component. That's why we put the top of climb wind in the FMC on the init ref page. Your average wind actually goes in the, you select legs, go to the route data page, and then put that in the first waypoint after top of climb, which is the one with the wind already populated, and that will provide an accurate ETA. So yeah, top of climb wind on the init ref page on the flight initialization for an accurate climb speed or an efficient climb speed based off the headwind or tailwind component, and then the average wind goes on the route data page, which I do every live stream in the 7.3. On the fancy map shows an F-18 and A320 flying into GFLL. Wonderful. Yeah, I've been on my lonesome across this little flight here. I see the F-18. Where's he come in from? Oh, he's come from the Ascension Islands. He's at 50,000 feet. I don't think we've ever seen an event going on here. It's on an A320 as well. Oh, thank you. Did I actually? No, I think we've been on climb the whole way, haven't we? Yeah, I should have put that to cruise. Well done. Just changes the limits. I better do with scent checks as well. I think this thing. Yeah, look, descent approach. It already thinks your spoilers are armed, so it probably comes later. I'm going to start it now, though.
Approach checklist, please.
Oh, it's approach checklist.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Well, sent out approach.
Check.
I'll come back to that because I think it should be on the approach already. Spoilers armed. Straticos, how long was that flight? From the Ascension Islands? Well, if he's in an F-18, probably not that long. Well, we had to refuel probably, hadn't we? Yeah, this thing is fast. Clouds are a bit near, aren't they? Beast, though. I hope the replay doesn't crash. Would be a shame. Airborne now, excuse me, for nearly 3 hours, 2 hours 57. We burnt 36 tons of fuel. It's a real gas guzzler, isn't it?
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Cheers, Anthony Koshukok, I don't know how it's pronounced. Thank you very much. You've been here for the whole stream, very active. So thank you very much for joining as a member. Glad you've been enjoying the content. Get invited to our members-only Discords. And I hope you enjoy the perks of that. Maybe you could join the members group flight on Sunday. And I hope you enjoy using the custom modes in chat. Thank you very much, buddy. It was only a matter of time. Well, welcome on board. I hope you find it enjoyable. Members are we're a wonderful group of people, and very, very, you know, we keep it. Well, you'll see. I hope you enjoy it. this INS seems complicated. It is, but it's like anything. Once you sort of have a rough idea, and I've only used it to program. There's a lot of additional features with this which I don't know how to use, but I can program it, put waypoints in, and navigate using the system. There's a lot of information available. Current track, navigation accuracy, wind, distance, time to the next waypoint, programmed waypoints, present position, cross-track error, heading, and tracking ground speed. I like to have on distance and time. ETA to top of descent soon after passing this waypoint here. Look at that, DME's coming in now, guys, 180. So what did we say we calculated it as? 102, wasn't it? About 102 miles away we'll start our descent. So 78 miles, it's about 5 minutes to top of descent. Yes, 2 tons. Thanks, Scottish. Yes, you were a member briefly. You got one of the free gifted members, if I remember rightly. So I hope you enjoyed that. These members are one of the best communities out there. In fact, that's very kind to say. Nothing to do with me. It is the wonderful members, and you know, it's a very. I've always contemplated having a public Discord, but it's something I'll never do. And I know that sounds a bit disappointing, but I can have a sort of a membership where it's sort of closed off. You don't have random idiots joining. We do occasionally have some random idiots as members, but it's a closed environment. We can talk about what you like. You can also DM me directly, and I always prioritise messages or tags from members before anything else, any other email or comment. So, look, I don't know what coming. I'm not one. I don't like pushing it and selling it because I'm very fortunate to do this for fun. And I'm very fortunate to generate a bit of income from it. So I do appreciate that, and thank you, Ashton Howick, for joining as a member too. Really appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, I try and do the odd giveaway here and then. I'm not fully planned today, but I will do another public one soon, I promise. Hello, Nicholas Z. Happy to finally join a live stream. Thank you very much, and welcome on board. Flying gas Mach for descent. Do you use vertical speed Mach, indicated airspeed hold, and just idle? So I'll use indicated airspeed hold, and we'll probably descend at the present indicated airspeed. You move this to indicated airspeed, and this is correct. You actually disconnect the auto throttle and go to idle. You then need to remember to re-engage it if you want to use a speed mode when you level off. Tom H, hello, man. Man, he says, you've been flying since I woke up. Now it's past midday. We're still here, buddy. We're still here. Good morning again. Flying gas mask. I've been airborne for around 8 hours and burnt 88 tons of fuel. What are you flying? 7.4 as well. Cheers, cat. 36 months. 3 years as a member. Unbelievable. With a smiley emoji coming in with all your tales and jokes and acronyms, which I never get.
Minimums.
Thanks, Cat.
Approaching minimums.
A very active member as well. Why all me messages smile faces? Because you put it there. Do you have XP Realistic on? The head turning while banking always throws me off whilst trying to click things. I don't have XP Realistic for Explain. And I do have the... what is it here? Or do I not? Oh, head shake. Yeah, Simcoe's head shake on there. And I have disabled the look ahead effects because I don't like them. Yeah, that's what we're playing. Decimal 85, and then we'll convert to 280, which we're pretty much already doing 280, so I'll just go straight to indicated airspeed. 340 in a hurry. We'll do 320 in the 7.3 if we're in a hurry. 340's VMO. You just finished finals in school, so I was lucky enough to enjoy the entire stream so far. Well, thank you very much, Anthony. We had a few members join today. If you are a new member, to join the Discord, it's fully synced with YouTube membership. So, not sure, type in Google Discord YouTube synchronization, follow the steps there, and that will generate your invite. Hello everyone, how close is top of descent? Imminent, about 40 miles away. Want to be at around 100 miles, so 3 or 4 minutes. say that. I said I was attacked by a sheep, but I was only lightly grazed. Liam Echo Lima 3, maybe you discussed it, but the Microsoft Flight Sim beta just dropped. Yes, we're going to try these improvements. Is it to the 7.8 and 7.4? Or was it just 7.8? Yes, Working Title made that improvement on the CJ4. It was great. $139 miles. We won't get any DME on number 2. That's the ILS. And the ILS, guys, does not have DME. Let me just show you the chart here. So we do want to have the VOR on Jim's side. So, in fact, what I might do is swap them over now. So I've actually got the ILS that side. So I'm going to go 1099 here. And then the VOR on Jim's side. The reason is I need VOR. So if you look at the ILS localizer, no DME, but the distances are based off the VOR, the Lima Golf India. So we'll switch them. We'll have ILS on box 1, VOR on box 2. So we get DME then. So it's 15.5. There we are. Ah, the only thing is that... Oh, hold on, guys. I want to fly directly to the VOR. And it's slave to nav 1. Yeah, I'll put 15.5 here. Just remind me to switch to the ILS later, because I want to use Vorlock initially. Right, we're inbound. We can actually switch off INS navigation now, because we have the VOR tuned. Let's see if we can pick up the idents. So the frequency is 1155, Lima Golf India. Let me just turn the music off. That was Lima Golf India, so there we are. I've just turned up nav. You can listen on nav 2 as well if you want. There we go, Lima Golf India. So it's tuned and has been identified as the correct VOR. 25 miles from top of descent. We're 15 minutes from the airport. But don't forget we're going to slow down as we descend. Do one more fuel check actually, can't we? We just passed last waypoint, Tivod. Where are you, Tivod? There it is. 3 hours 1 minute, 3 hours 6. We've been running a little bit late each sector. We should have 23.5 tons, an extra 10 tons. We saved a bit of fuel, about a ton. We should have burnt 38 tons. 9.5, 19, 3, yeah, about the same, 38. Perfect. 119 miles to go. We're going to go to out hold. I'm going to switch off INS to radio. So radio and radio. I've already set the course a little bit too early, but remember the inbound track from Tivod. Let's just have a look at the chart again. Turn off VFR. IFR high is 231, so the reciprocal is going to be 051. Set the course to 051. Look at that, INS has put it pretty much bang on. We're going to go to Vorlock. The aircraft's now going to fly inbound on the VOR radial now, no longer using INS. So it's all conventional now. INS has been off, but we can still keep the information up here. It's quite useful. DME and time, ETA. And I think we'll start our descent. Top of descent's in chat then, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to set something level, something random, 80. We'll go down to 4,000 feet later. Going to go to 8,000 feet. Indicated airspeed hold. This will disconnect the auto throttle, and I'll slowly, I'll say slowly reduce the thrust to idle, and the aircraft's going to pitch to maintain the present indicated airspeed. Slowly reduce the power to idle. The aircraft's going to pitch to maintain to 80 knots. You can change this, but it doesn't change the speed. It's whatever your present indicated airspeed is when you select IS. There we go. doesn't matter if we're a little bit low or high, I can adjust my rate of descent. And now we're going to wait until 17 miles. I'll slow down to 220 knots for the arc. Well, actually, what's the up speed? We'll update that. So weights change slightly, there we go. The up speed is 235 knots. So we'll do 240 for the arc, and then we'll select flaps whilst we're on the arc. There we go, doing about 2,000 feet per minute. Ground speed will decrease as we descend and maintain indicated airspeed as well, because the air is getting denser. La Carutho, how's your annual leave going? I'm not on annual leave, I'm on standby today. Could get called any second. Oh, I hope not. Survived 4 hours so far. We don't do these sort of streams very often. So we've got to remember the autothrottle is disconnected. Correct, Source Spitfire. The JT8Ds and engines like this, yeah, you just, when you've especially been in the cruise for a long time, everything's up to temperature. I've flown with a captain years ago, when I was an FO, and he was telling me about how you've got to be very careful with the older engines if you've been in the cruise for a while and reducing power. You've got to let everything cool down very slowly. I mean, on a modern jet engine, we've got FADEC and fancy ECs monitoring all the systems to ensure that nothing's exceeded, but here it's very mechanical, so reducing thrust has to be done quite slowly. It reminds me, actually, now we're in descent, we need to open these, and that feeds the reserve fuel tanks into these tanks. So then tank 1, 2, 3 and 4 is all equal. I often forget to do this. There we are, so it is draining those tanks. 23 tons. It's about endurance of about an hour and 50 minutes. Luckily, you're on airport standby. Got asked to do Corfu, so my day went downhill. Oh, got it. Hope you have a safe flight. George Day, how common is it you get called on standby? There's a lot in the winter. There's a lot of people off in the winter, you see, and I'm on a full-time contract, so we've got some people that take unpaid leave in the winter. So standbys, and especially during the French ATC strikes a month ago, it was 50-50. It seems to have calmed down a little bit now. So it's sort of 1 in 5 in the summer, but it could be absolutely anything. Drive out of base, taxis collecting you to fly to a different airport, positioning an aircraft. You might fly as a passenger to another airport, then operate, and then fly as a passenger back. There's all different sorts of sequences. Loads of different things, but you never know. It might have a late standby, say all the way until 10:30. I could get called at any time. Latest I've ever been called at about 9 o'clock in the evening. So you never know. Luckily, we operate. Well, luckily, I'll stop you there. Probably do. Please respect my privacy. That's all I ask. Thank you very much for your contribution for today's stream.
50, 40.
Thank you, Ross. That's very, very
20,
kind of you.
10.
Thanks for the €5, buddy.
Just a small donation for showing us some amazing flying. As always, smile.
Thank you very much. Very generous of you, Ross. Thanks for the €5 for your donation too. Appreciate that, and I hope you're doing very well. Very much enjoy doing these streams. Thank you, Lakurofo. I appreciate that. I wonder who you are. Right, everything's going well so far. We'll now rattle through the descent checklist, which we started earlier.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
There you go. On!
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Turned up the
Check.
sim slightly.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Damn.
Oh, it's a bit early to arm them. I'll skip that.
Altimeters.
1013.
So
Set
still
and
set to a
cross
flight
check.
level.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel.
Uh-oh. Fuel panel heat off.
Check. Fuel heat.
Coming off.
This.
This.
EPR computer.
Where's the fuel temperature
Wait.
actually? Oh, it's actually really warm. Look at that. Yeah. It's not even -3 or -4. EPR to go around.
Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Excellent. So next is the landing checklist. Just go here. I wanted to bring the chart up here so we can make reference for DME arc. See how we're getting on, but I'll leave the little aeroplane icon off. So approach ILS 30. There we are. So you can see me coming in. I'll turn that off. And remember, I'm intercepting from the VOR approach from here first. But when we get within 161, we'll see how we're getting on. Oh, clouds are regenerating in active sky. I don't like that. It's not a very, let's say, smooth transition. It's always sort of rebuilds. But I think that's just reading in the METAR probably from Sierra Leone, from Freetown. It's a very nice day now. There were thunderstorms the last couple of days. 52 miles to go. Don't forget, we're going to be intercepting the 15-mile arc, so we're not going to go all the way to the VOR. We'll turn at about 17 on the 15-mile arc, and then we'll go down to 4,000 feet. Corey, can you possibly make a tutorial on the FMC for a full flight so I know what to do? I have several, albeit outdated, tutorials on the 737. Check out my playlist, Normal Procedures. Or watch any of the hundreds of 737 streams we've done in the past. So if we were to fly directly to the VOR, we'd be there in 7 minutes. Probably a little bit high. We'll just monitor it at the moment. Hi Andrew, watching from Vancouver Island during my morning break. What a pilot you are. Hardly. We always learn from your live streams. I modelled your Alpaca Airways tank top the other day. Excellent, Andrew. You've got an Alpaca. I remember you purchasing the Alpaca Airways tank top. Well, they do fly off the shelf, they do. The sarcasm. But I hope you're enjoying it. The baby onesies actually did quite well. Types of guy, yes, lots of. I've got loads of tutorial streams. I primarily stream, but I enjoy streaming. I do the odd tutorial video every now and then. Remember 2 years ago, Felis did testing videos on YouTube. I remember. The plane definitely lifts a high. It has. It's awesome. So 40 miles to run. 18,000 feet. I'm just going to use a little bit of speed brakes. I'm going to probably be a 5, 10, 8, probably a little bit higher on the arc. So I'm just going to extend it there. Just increase the rate of descent slightly. Shadows under the clouds are really nice. Going through the clouds, you can see the sun reflecting on the wing. Very, very nice. We're not doing overhead, Alex. We're breaking off on the DME arc. Tom H, be honest, you love this old bird, don't you? Look, if you've been watching my streams recently, I've been yearning to fly this aeroplane. It sits in my virtual hangar looking at me, going, come on, Flight 87, let's go. Let's go. It's an awesome, awesome add-on. You know, it's not the best, textures aren't the best and all that sort of stuff, but it's just... Well, I think the cockpit textures are actually really nice. I actually like it in here, but yeah, it's just awesome. Thanks, Domino Mosina, member and moderator. 37 months, 3 years. I know we don't see the 145 anytime soon. I know we won't see the 155 anytime soon, but can we see the 75? I also feel this 742 is such a good add-on. If I win on the Mach F, I might get it. Sus. Have you ever won, Domino Mosina, Mach F? I don't know. The usual giveaway counts. There's not many people taking part in the group flight this weekend, so your chances of winning increasing if you're taking part. Actually, no, it's still a little bit high. Can we see the coastline of Africa? You look dead ahead. We see land. Land ahoy, ladies and gentlemen. There is Africa. We've not seen any land since we've left Brazil. $235. We're not bringing the speed back just yet. I've just bugged that in anticipation of slowing down. Approaching 27 miles. Remember, at 17 we want to start the turn, which is just in 10 miles time. I'm a little bit high here. So, yes, maybe my descent speed... Well, I didn't really take into account any tailwind component, which is not going to be a huge amount. But that speed brake's certainly helping. 250 knots. Actually, we're going to slow down to 235. So what I'm going to do is go to vertical speeds. Just start pitching up to about 1,500 feet per minute, because I want to bring the speed back to 235 knots. And then as soon as I'm there, I'm going to go back to indicated airspeed hold. Bogan State, not on this one, it's a long stream Stratocast. We'll see. Members, would anyone like to tell chats what my landing rate was on my test sector? Which I happened not to stream this bit. We did a few streams yesterday, so people watched me do a few approaches. But on my first flight out south, thank you very much. In fact, what we're going to do now is descend to 3,500 feet. Sorry, 4,000 feet, and we'll set the QNH. I did a minus 14 feet per minute butter in the 7.4. I'm not even lying. Minus 14. I've never seen it go so low. QNH 1007, and we're going to go back to indicated airspeed hold. So QNH 1007. So much to do. We've got to turn as well soon. 1007 is set. We're going down to 4,000 feet. There we are, almost at 8,000, which is where I wanted to be. Getting ready to turn onto that arc. So just to show you, I'm coming in here obviously from that side, and we're using the VOR chart for the arc. But I'm going to get all the way around there and see how we do. So 18 miles. Perfect. I'll start slowing the speed brake when we get to 7,000. 17 miles, so getting ready to turn. Make sure I've matched the heading. Heading select. And round we go, 17 miles. So hopefully I'll intercept this at the right point. Can't remember what that initial heading was. About 90 degrees, something like that. 16 miles. And I'll slowly stow the speed brake. We're indicated airspeed hold still, that's fine. And now I'm going to go to vertical speed, 1,000 feet per minute. I'm going to go to IAS hold, turn on the auto throttle, and maintain 235 knots initially, which is the clean speed. We'll set the final approach course, which for the ILS is 2905. Perfect. 14.7. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just wait until it gets to 15 before I turn another 10 degrees. 140 was the heading. Where's the magenta line? Looks good. Look, about there, look. So waiting till 15. There's 15. So we're going to do another 10 degree. I'm actually going to do a 20 degree turn because I want to get that pointing at 90 degrees. Do the post-cruise checks now. Lights. Put these to flight as well for the approach. Seatbelts on. 10 minutes to land. Oh, we're getting a little bit low now. But it doesn't matter if we're low. I don't mind that so much. But as long as we don't go below 4,000 feet. So I'm going to shallow off that descent. 15.2. So I'm going to do another 10 degree turn. 110. We're 0.2 off the 15 mile arc. I'm going to select flaps as well. Where is it? Where is it? Performance calculator. Flap 1, 215. So flap 1, reduced to 215 knots.
Flaps 1.
15.2, so I'm going to do another 10 degree turn. Remember, we're going to keep turning until we get all the way to 123 minus 90. What's that? 033. 033 on the tail. Right, 15.1, that's good. We're at 5,000 feet. So very shallow descent now. I've overcooked this. I've gone very low very early here, but I'd rather do that than sort of screaming in high. There is Burkina Faso out the window. Checked. Just make sure I've got outside engaged. I have. Really shallow descent now. Ah, I've overcooked this. I was a lot higher on the other one and it worked quite well. 15 miles at 90 degrees. I'll do another turn. 10 degrees. 090. 15 miles. Look at this. 14.9. Ah. Very warm here, 28 degrees. I hope I haven't forgotten anything major. Getting low though, because I cannot go below 4,000 feet. That's the minimum descent altitude. Just a very, very shallow descent. So I'm a bit annoyed because I'm still about 15 miles from touchdown, and I should be at around 15 plus 10, 25. Should be around 7,000 feet. Ideally, I'm about 4. Yeah, like I said, rather be low than high. So 14.9. We're currently on the 1. What radial is that? 180. So we're just south of the VOR. Just wait until it gets to around 15. There we are. Do another 10-degree turn. I'm curious. Can I just see, just very briefly, because I know I'm on it. So 161, and the tail's on 161. We are where that triangle is. Oh, just before it. Not bad, not bad. Just to show you, I'm pretty happy, pretty happy. 15.1, another 10. So you can see, look, I've got no way of controlling the angle of bank, but if you get proficient, you can just do a constant bank turn. That's what LNAV does in the 7.3. It's literally perfect. Perfect. 15.1. We'll do another 10. We're waiting until we're on the 123 radial. Still doing a CDA, albeit I'm only doing 200 feet per minute rate of descent, but it's a CDA. Then when we get onto the platform altitude, or within 5 degrees of final approach track, we can set 2,000. But what's really neat about the 7.4 is you can actually intercept the glide slope prior to localizer, which does actually lower your workload, but is obviously potentially a bit dangerous. So the head's north of the 270 degrees point here, so that means you're going to be heading towards the VOR. Once it's to the south, you're heading away. So it's 14.9, still slightly flying towards it. So we'll just leave that heading for a bit longer. Yeah, I know, Jim. Comparing to the modern jets, it's so much easier. Yeah, we're very, very lucky. But flying aircraft like this keeps you in the loop. If I was to lose the FMC, I'd be pretty confident flying IFR procedures. Which is reassuring, I'm sure, for most of you. 14.9. Just wait until it gets to 15, and we're slightly flying away from the VOR. Remember, we want to wait until we're on the 123 radial. Get ready to tune the ILS up, which I'll do on Jim's side now, 1099. There we are. So Jim should have localizer and ILS information. Glide slope's about there, actually. Pretty nice. 15.1 flying away, so another 10 degrees. We're going to be about here. Oh, nailed it! Nailed it! Just got to butter it now. 15.3, I'm not concentrating. Do 20 degree turn. Or did I just accidentally flick? I don't know. 123. So on the tail of this is on 123. So here we'll turn final. We're on like a base leg now. Look for the ILS. So 123 plus. Oh yeah, this is like 90 degrees. So when we're in 10 degrees, when the needles are in 10 degrees, we'll make a final intercept heading. I'll just keep it on this heading now. On 15.2. We'll better slow down a bit more. Flap 5.
Flaps 5.
Checklist. Do that as well. Try and remember to. I'll save it here as well, just in case there are any problems. Where is the landing performance? Flap 10. We're going to go to 175. Thank you, whoever that was. We'll do 180 on base.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
So 123 radial should be coming up. 90 is about there. So I'm going to give myself an intercept heading now. We can descend to 2,000. Oh, I'm going to flick around so much. Where are you, Habitab? 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Intercept heading, I need a bit more than that. Over to the ILS. The frequency was 1099.
Localizer alive.
Ah! 1099. VOR, forelock. Nav capture. One dot low on the glide slope. One dot glow, I'll take it. Arming ILS. Glide slope's armed. And we're just going to do a very shallow descent onto the ILS here. Just overshot the localizer slightly. Oops, went out vertical speed here. Slow down to 160. Oh yeah, we need VOR here, which is 109. What was it? 15.5. So we've got DME here. Glide slope capture. Missed approach altitude 4,000 feet. 4,000 feet is set. So we're 12 miles away. Perfect. Nailed it. Callum, thanks 24 months, 2 years. Finally coveted alpaca badge. Thanks for putting up with me for 2 years. You're most welcome on the car. I've been putting up just fine, but thank you very much for your support for that time as well. Second runway heading 295. Right, I can actually look at my arc here. I mean, not bad. I know I did turn 10 twister. That was the one I did 20 degrees though. Look, I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Right, let's start configuring. Where are we? A bit early, 10 miles, 160. That's fine. Maybe a tad slow for this configuration. But let's rattle off the landing checklist here, which is checklist. Landing checklist. Well, I've got to configure the gear and flaps first. So while we're in a 7.4. Maybe a little bit slow. Oh yeah, I think I'm a bit slow. I'll just do 165. Look at this, so it's not bad for X-Plane. I know Microsoft Flight Sim out the window looks amazing, but this ain't bad. Perfect. Right, I think we'll configure a bit earlier because we are on the 7.4.
Gear down.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 20.
Oh, so flap 20 in the 7.4. Then 25.
Flaps 25.
And then our final approach speed is 145. That's the gear not down, that's fine, it's just not quite locked
Gears
yet.
down, green light.
There we go. And we'll do the landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Just be oscillating a little bit on the glide
Flaps
slope.
30.
Ooh,
Flaps 30.
don't like that.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Yeah, I think you're on the flat. I think I was a
Check.
little bit slow there, Stu. I think I went to
Altimeters.
the flat 20 speed.
1007. Set and cross-check.
That's the trim.
Landing checklist completed.
Right, landing checklist complete. I think one little flyby is worth it just before I take control and land. Just turn that up here. Ooh, where are we going, plane? Looks like it's doing a bit of a dirty dive on the glide slope. There we are. Right, I think it's time I did some hand flying. My controls. Disconnect the auto throttle. Disconnect the autopilot. Oh no, my autopilot disconnect button doesn't work. Where is it? Where is the autopilot switch? Whoa, seems a bit bumpy, doesn't it? Flipping heck. I think there should be some gust and winds here. Right, let's get stabilised and on speed here. It feels a bit out of trim. A little bit low on the glide. Runway's coming inside here. There's a little bit of haze and mist around. I did log off of VATSIM. Sorry guys, yeah, there's just no ATC, and I know some people like to watch me, but... So remember, if we stay on the glide, we're very high up here in the 7.4, we might see 3 whites, that's fine.
1000.
Checked. Quite trim actually. I trimmed a bit too much up there. Remember, the runway looks so much narrower up in the 7.4. God, it's so wallowy. Ooh! Feels like I'm flying a 7.4, that's for sure. Runways in sight. Approach lights just default. Freetown in Sierra Leone. Speed looks perfect. Happy with that picture. A little bit high on the glide, so just watch that rate of descent though. Don't want to do anything more than 1,000. That's fine. 3 whites, that's okay in the 7.4. Yeah, I don't know what the eye height is for the Pappies, I didn't check, but it's
500.
okay in the Jumbo. Checked. Keep sending. Alright, so that is a little bit too high for whites. Correcting. 1,000 feet. Just by the gate, come on. Where's the Pappy coming in? There it is.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue. A little bit high on speed. Looking good. It's been raining recently.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Check.
10.
Close. Come on. I can feel it. Come on. Come on. Oh, nearly a butter. 125 reverses. Great landing though. 125. That's so close to the butter calculator. Reverses on. Manual braking.
Auto brake off.
So you can make the first exit. 60 knots.
60 knots.
Cancelling reverse.
Out of
Ladies and
reverse.
gentlemen, welcome to Freetown. I'll take it. I'll take it. Brakes. I think my brakes are either on maximum or none. See it jumping up on the gear. We've made it. What an awesome flight that was. Right, main gear steering on. Wonderful. I hope you enjoyed that, guys. A little bit high on the end there. I did go 4 whites. I did contemplate going around. I get just squeezed in 3 whites by the gate there. Awesome. Well, hopefully the replay works. I did float a little bit, but nice long runway here. Just check the brake temps. Yeah, they're fine. Look, in the green. Nothing in the amber. It's what reverse thrust is for. And we'll do a very short taxi on the stand. I don't think it's designed for 7.4s. It was a bit, yeah, it was maybe a bit windy, but yeah, the sim handles and it feels great. You know, very, very happy with how everything works. Right, clean up. I'm not going to brief the taxi. We're on the apron already. It's the only apron here available. I'll do a bit of a clean up now. See how much I forget. Probably all of it. We'll put this to off. Strobes can come off. I think that's pretty much everything I want here. Probes can come off too. Leave the window heat on at this stage. We're going to taxi into this corner here because all these stands are a little bit too small. Now on the engineers panel, you can see it flicking between high and low stage, but we'll put the packs to half. APU will get started. Takes a while to boot up. There it goes. Yeah, it's a bit flicking a little bit too much. Flight directors off. We'll set that to 4,100. Airspeed to 100. Mark right here in the corner. Landing lights, yep, thank you very much. We'll just leave the turn off and... oh, the turn off lights are fine. Excellent, we're just going to park right in this corner. Yeah, I need to turn down the brakes slightly. Oh, perhaps I'll retract the flaps as well.
Flaps 20.
There we are.
Flaps 1.
Oh, I wonder if I arm the speed brake. I think I might. No, because it did do it on the checklist, didn't it? We'll just park here, guys. Yeah, they did have some stands there, but they were like self-positioning stands for ATRs and Dash 8s. Right, there we go. Excellent.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake is set. APU should be up and running now. It is. So we'll close this. Close the tie breakers. There we are. The IDG is now disconnected. And we can now shut the engines down. And I'll go outside for this because the spooling down of the engines is awesome. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Freetown, Sierra Leone. Beautiful. See the leading edge slats, I think, have just fallen under the hydraulic pressure, I think. Weather radar, yes. Taxi light, yes. Beautiful. Sun's just setting as well. I think the flaps are up. It's just, I think, without hydraulic pressure, they just fall forward. If I turn that on, they retract. No, I think it's a different hydraulic system. They take ages to spool down these engines. What else did I forget there? You guys reminded me. Seatbelts. I'll put that to disarm and off. Turn off lights, there we go. Beacon light can come off as well. Weather radar, yes. That's down here. I think it's been on standby for the whole flight. No, I did put it to normal. There we are. Weather radar's off as well. Still spalling down. I don't know if it takes this long in real life. I mean, they are massive engines. Yeah, the 7.2 Kruger flaps drop when hydraulic power's off too. Yes, I mean, not only the Krugers, but all the leading edge flaps have fallen down there. Right, let's do the after landing checklist. I'm not going to do the full
After landing checklist.
shutdown. Oh, yeah, 7 units of trim.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Oh, trim's not working.
Body gear
It's 7
steering.
units. Well, I've already, yes, done that. It's just, I'm on stand.
Auto brake.
Ah.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Jeff, it's nice
Engine
detail. What's
and
really
wing
cool,
and
when you
the
select
ice.
reverse thrust, they also retract as well.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Damn.
Lots of dams. Standby and...
Standby.
oh, it should be off.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer
Yeah, they do
trim.
to prevent damage from the reverse.
7
That's it.
units.
That's right.
Outflow valve.
Uh-oh.
Open.
There they are. Perfect.
Pressurization mode selector. Let's see.
Manuel.
Manual. Aft cargo heat.
Don't.
Let's see.
Fair, it is the job of the engineer to do this. You can let me off.
Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Perfect. Secures. That's to shut the whole aircraft down. But we're going to go into the replay. We'll leave it in this sort of transit state here. They're still spalling down these engines. I should think they would have been done by now. But what an add-on! Honestly, it's the best classic jet out there. It's awesome. Such a well-made add-on. I thoroughly recommend it. Just if you want to fly a classic 747, you can't get a better one than this. Let's have a little look in chat before we do the replay. Fingers crossed it works. Anthony says no dragging the toggle. No, not going to drag it. I'm going to press the arrow, and we'll go from there. Are you planning to test auto-ortho sometime? No, Mongia. I like the way I'm doing it, although I might perhaps try it in the future if it's working well. Spurious Podge, I really want a classic 7.4 for Microsoft Flight Sim. I don't know if my wallet could tolerate investing in another sim. I understand that, you know, if you're running two, you've got a lot of things that you might want to get as well. But Microsoft Flight Sim is a fine sim. I prefer Explain for the handling and dynamics and sort of amazing aircraft available. But there are some great ones in Microsoft Flight Sim too. A lot of you spotting things I forgot on the cleanup, blah blah blah. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I was hoping for the butter. I was a little bit floaty, but we got it down in a good position there. It was Recife to Freetown. That's correct. Easy fly. Yes. Took us. Well, I'll look at the timer on the replay, but 3.5 hours. Yeah, perfect flight. Really, really happy with how it went as well. Loved this little sector we did as well. Right, fingers crossed then for the replay. Let's hope it works. So let me just turn off Fly Live here. Let me get everything ready for the replay music. Maybe it's the replay music which is causing it to crash. Who knows? Right, turn that on there. Okay, that's working. Right, replay. Do not drag it. Do not drag it. Alt-R. I'm just going to have to push this, guys. Be patient. Be patient. It should do it quite quickly, for about 2 or 3 minutes, but if you drag it at the moment, it crashes, so you can't drag it at the moment. You should have a Microsoft Flight Sim v X-Plane 12 reply as a Nightbox shortcut. I should do, actually. It's everyone's favourite question, isn't it? Oh, it's crashed, guys. It's crashed without me doing anything. Oh no, come on, it was such a lovely landing! X-Plane 12, it was bugged when they released X-Plane 12, and now it's just, I can't do replays. Oh, it was such a beautiful landing, and the sounds are so good on the replay. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, I've got the circle of doom. There it goes. Oh, game over, guys. They need to fix it. X-Plane is not responding. Yeah, it won't work, guys. It's game over. I'm so sorry. I'm gutted. Oh, they need to fix it. They need to fix it. Right then, that's it for today. I'm really sorry because the replays on the 7.4 is such a cool aeroplane. The sounds are wicked on this add-on. That's absolutely gutted. But it's X-Plane 12 so bugged at the moment with replays. It just can't do it. I didn't even drag it there. I pushed the arrow and then it just stopped there. It didn't even come up with the option to submit a report, but But next time, well, hopefully it'll work. But I did it yesterday on the test section. It worked fine, but there has been an update since then, so maybe that's the reason it's not working. Anyway, I'll turn the funky music replay down. Let's end it on some very pretty pictures of the aircraft. It's intermission, I know, but if I put this one on, no wait, that one here, turn off the intro, turn off the timer, put some other different ending music on. Let's put on something like this, a nice tune, and then we can end it here. And you can see some lovely pictures of the Felis 747-200 from the stream intro, and I'll sign you out there. Guys, thank you very much for watching. Nice long stream today. We've crossed the Atlantic. I think it was in 3.5 hours. Epic aircraft, epic add-on. Go check it out if you want to fly a classic 747-200 in X-Plane. It's one of the best add-ons you can get. To everyone that donated, thanks for your generosity. To all the new members, welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy your time as members, and the Discord for members only. Enjoy those perks and custom emojis in chat. To all the regular viewers and subscribers, so thank you very much for popping in. As ever, you're always able to pop in and ask questions during the stream like many of you do, and I'll answer as many questions as I possibly can. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'm flying for the next couple of days and busy with members streams this weekend, but I will be back next week for some more fun and action. Take care of yourselves, look after yourselves, and I'll see you soon. Cheerio.